Morning, Mark. How you going?
I'm really good, Tiani. How you doing?
I'm all right. I'm still working on the last few slides of my PowerPoint,
Awesome.
but I'm good. So yeah,
Excellent.
yeah.
Oh, Callum's here. Kobe's here. Kobe is alive and breathing. It's good to see. Always tricky when you got other things going on. So I acknowledge you for continuing on the journey. It's epic. Really, really shows depth of character and commitment. Really does. Really does. Yeah, awesome. Thanks, Danny. Appreciate it. I'll just go ahead and I'll just wait for a couple more moments so everyone can arrive, and that's all good. Apart from working on your presentations yesterday, drop in the chat if you enjoyed yesterday. Drop a yes. If you learned something, maybe drop a yes. Drop in some overall comments around how you found yesterday, and feel free to drop it in. And before we kick off our day, and we wait for everyone. Yeah, cool, 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 cool. Yeah, no problem. That's what computers do in the government. That's what they do. You have to untrain my brain a little to not offer everything up front. Yes, I know. I know. It's all good. I'm working on it. We will chisel away, Kobe. We'll chisel away. By the end of Friday, you will be a superstar. You'll be awesome. Don't rob your learners of the learning, is the motto. As like Big Bear said in the bicycle lesson, it's one of my favorite books of all time. Big Papa Bear gets on the bicycle and does all the riding for Little Bear, and Little Bear's like, "I want to ride the bicycle," and Papa Bear's like, "Nah, you're not ready. You're not ready." Little Bear's like, "I want to ride." You're like, "Nah, not ready." And then one day, yeah, I can't remember the end of the story. That's all I remember from the story. But it's a great story. It's called The Bicycle Lesson. I remember my mum reading it to me many times. I don't know why I just fell in love with that story. It was so cool. Uh, It was funny. I was watching a Denzel Washington movie last night. It's funny how all these things come together. Ah, oh, Justin's here. Awesome. And apologies if I didn't get to anyone's email last night. I was a little bit tied up in the hospital, but in the end, a very good result. And my family member is coming home from hospital. So yay, yay. Ah, right there. Awesome. One, two, three. I'll just look at my numbers there. I think we're just waiting on one more person. I think that could be the amazing Bridget, and that's okay. Um, and what we may do is, as Bridget is logging on, we may jump into it, and Bridget will be able to not catch up, so to speak, but she'll still be able to engage as she gets organized there, and that is all good. Uh, cool. So, let me just make sure I got the right people in the right room at the right time with the right thinking around that. Oh, cool. Awesome. Thanks, Kobe, for your reply there. Really cool. Awesome. And Kobe, if you want to share that with anyone else, feel free to. But as I said, I only share what works for me. And a lot of the stuff I've taken on board has been from my mentors that have shared stuff with me that have worked for them as well. There, even this morning with my morning rituals, there's certain things that I do every single workshop day. Yeah, no problem at all, Bridget. All good. All good. These things happen. Every single day, there's morning rituals that I do that I learn from my mentors. And I think in my book, I've even mentioned who those mentors are, but there's things I do every single day that I've taken from those people. And I just implement them into my delivery regime, so to speak. So, yeah, awesome. If you check that out, you'll get some massive value from that thing. So, on that note, I believe Bridget is in the house, which is fantastic and cool. So, I'm going to add that. Now, before I move on, just to logistics wise, I have Bridget, Danny, Jessica, and Tiani in the same room. Drop a yes in the chat if that's correct. If that's wrong, drop in the chat who those members are. I just want to get that correct. Awesome. Awesome. Right. Fantastic. And you guys can manage the situation, the scenario, whatever you've got going on there. By now, you probably know how the week is going to pan out and what's going to work for you guys. I'm going to put the onus on you guys over there to work that out. So, on that note, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Everyone, drop a WB in the chat for welcome back. And let's kick off day number 2 in your journey and your transformation, as I like to say. I just want to say huge congratulations to every single one of you for what you went through yesterday. I would say we covered a lot of great content, and maybe we expanded your thinking a little bit there around training and delivery, which is super cool. And I want to acknowledge the people that sent through PowerPoints for feedback. Really, really appreciate your willingness to do that. And hopefully the ideas that are presented were not too confronting or anything like that. They were just small little tweaks that you could add in, right? And as you have structure, you'll find that your prep time gets quicker and quicker, and you'll be able to design things really, really quickly because you know what you're intending to make. And the aesthetic side of things, that's something you just layer on top of whatever you've got. But at the end of the day, structure is key. Everyone, drop an S in the chat for structure if you're good for me, please. Because for me, just to let you know, when I was in Japan, I used to work from 8:30 in the morning until 9:10 at night. I'll say it again. I used to work for my longest days were 8:30 in the morning till 9:10 at night, right? So I'd often get home at 11 o'clock midnight, right? But we would teach 40-minute lessons and we would have only 5 minutes to prepare between each lesson. So drop me yes in the chat if you think I got very good very quickly at being able to prepare on the spot and come up with ideas, right? So I was kind of like, it was the boot camp for being able to prep lessons very quickly, right? So I've had that advantage, I've had that journey, but the more you prep and the more you have those time constraints, people go, oh, there's no way I could prep for a session for tomorrow. You know, I need 5 hours to do it. Well, over time, when you got your structure, you actually don't, right? And the thing with humans is if I give you 2 days to prep, you'll take the 2 days. If I give you an hour, you'll take the hour, right? So this morning, having said all of that, you will have a little bit of extra prep time this morning. So it's totally fine. And I will give you time to do that. Now, the other thing is this morning, we'll definitely talk about the logistics and the equipment and Zoom, and I'll give you confidence around that. And we'll also talk about how you communicate effectively as a trainer and presenter, and we'll talk about that as well. Because for me this week, if you walk away talking different and feeling different, that's going to be a massive, massive growth area for you, right? So on that note, not yet, but in a moment, you guys are going to head to a breakout room, and all I would like you to do is you're going to have a review experience of covering what you looked at yesterday, right? So you're simply going to share with your partner 3 things that really stood out to you from yesterday, bit of daily review. And as we talked about yesterday, or even back in workshop 1, we have the concept of retrieval, and we need to be aware that we need to fire up the neural pathways to keep the knowledge active and alive if we want to and need to retain the information. So all you're going to do, head to a breakout room and simply share with your partner three things that we covered yesterday that really stood out to you. You probably took some notes. And if you didn't, just listen to your partner, but I'm sure you took some notes. On that note, folks, head to your rooms and I'll bring you back in about 2 minutes. And Bridget, Danny, Jessica, and Tiani, you guys can pair up however you choose to. On that note, folks, head to your rooms and I'll bring you back 2 minutes. Review your three learnings from yesterday. Thanks so much, team. See you back shortly. Bit of daily review. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Feel like Millie Molly Meldrum. Excellent. Welcome back, team. Welcome back. Welcome back. We're going to check in with some people and we're going to come over to Kobe first of all. Kobe, and as we do, and as you're conscious of, feel free to modulate how much you share as you are traveling through the week, knowing what you've got going on there. So, Kobe, I'd love you to share one thing that you took away from yesterday as you share with your partner. Kobe, what's one thing you took away from yesterday? Go for it.
Um, like I said earlier this morning, giving the learner less and making them work for their learning, I guess. I'm the type of person that likes to overgive. So kind of learning to, yeah, make them work a little bit harder for it.
So good, so good. Everyone, drop an SG in the chat because that is so good. I love it. I love it. That is fantastic. Drop an SG in the chat. Oh, you're making me a happy man. I love it. I'm gonna come to my next person. I'm gonna come over to Bridget. Bridget, tell me one of your key takeaways from yesterday. Go for it, Bridget. What you got?
I still think I like energy trumps words, and I think that is very important in presenting or coaching and training. And the girls were filling me in while I was away about the ask questions for attention, ask then tell. And that was one of the key takeaways I've just taken from the girls having a discussion.
You guys are so awesome, so supportive of each other, and I really, really appreciate how committed you guys are. Because let me tell you, it is so easy for the opposite to happen. But you guys' strength of character there is fantastic, and I really want to acknowledge all of you guys for how you're showing up. It is rare, and that's why I love working with QFD and the fire world. You guys, like this, the quality of people is just so awesome and so refreshing. It's so beautiful. I love it. I really, really do. I mean that. I really do. And we're going to come over to Daniel. Daniel, over to you. What you got? One of your takeaways from yesterday.
Obviously, there's a lot yesterday to take in. One that I'm just kind of covering now and was pretty big is eliciting a problem with the learner to relate your topic or whatever they're learning to be relevant to them.
Really cool. Really cool. Love it. Without a problem, there is no need. Without a need, then there's really no engagement. Fantastic. Love it. Really, really cool. Callum, over to you. Go for it, Callum. What you got?
Yeah, my takeaways were the formats that you gave us. So the uh, session agendas for the individual and group sessions, as well as the self intro. I think it's a good way just to stop yourself from waffling on and telling war stories. It keeps you on point.
Nice. Nice. I love it. So, so cool. Fantastic. So awesome. Danny, over to you. Danny, what you got there?
Good morning, everybody. I was going to say the 21 seconds, but I've just changed my mind. Probably the.
But you did say it.
Yeah, well, sorry. I'll give you two. It's a twofer. Probably trainer mission and vision. So having that sort of structure set out so I don't ramble like I'm doing now.
It's somewhat.
I like it. I like it. Everyone, drop the word why into the chat box for me if you could, please. So let's just remind ourselves the importance and the value of knowing our why. Beautiful. Love it. And our 21 seconds, of course. Beautiful. Justin, over to you. Go for it yesterday. What was one of your takeaways from yesterday? Go for it, Justin. What you got?
Giving yourself permission to learn from others.
What a great one. I love it. I love it. That is so cool. That is so cool. Nice, nice. And I believe Jessica is our next. Go for it, Jessica. What you got?
Good morning. So my key takeaway from yesterday was the brain equals cup and the saturation point for learning.
Nice, nice, nice. And Mark is not very smart. That's a good way to remember it. I love it. Beautiful. And India, over to you. Go for it, India. What you got?
I guess my biggest takeaway from yesterday was the tonality of like how you present things, having that cadence and that rhythm, pausing, creating suspense, everything like that. It can really make an impact on what you're trying to present.
Well said, and even good cadence as you said it. Oh my gosh. Everyone drop a C for cadence in the chat. She even demonstrated that as she talked about that. That is so cool. Well done. Well done. Oh my gosh. Sounds like it was even intentional and purposeful and deliberate. I like it. I like it. Well done. Well done. So I think our next person is going to be Helen. Go for it, Helen. What was one of your takeaways from yesterday? Go for it, Helen. What you got?
One of the big ones, energy trumps words. The energy that you bring at the start of the presentation really sets the standard, and that can be contagious. And the other one was the 3 pillars: rapport, engagement, and retention, RER.
Nice. Well done. Well done. I think everybody may have shared there. If you've shared, drop a yes in the chat. If you've not yet shared, drop it and why. But I think that is everybody there, which is fantastic. Awesome. Well done, team. Well done. And everyone drop an AJ in the chat. Awesome job. Really appreciate everyone sharing. I know it can be a little bit revealing, and I really appreciate that for you guys stepping up and sharing. Thank you so much for that. So over the last period of time that we spent together, I've been touching on the idea of the 4 roles of a trainer, the 4 roles of a trainer, the 4 roles, right? Does anyone remember what those 4 roles of a trainer might be? Drop in the chat. We had instructor, and then we had a facilitator. Does anyone remember what the other 2 were? Drop in the chat. Beautiful. We had coach and mentor, right? So essentially, I'm going to go ahead and bring up some slides here, and we're going to have a quick chat about the concept of coaching and mentoring there. Drop a yes in the chat if you can see my slides. That says the 4 roles there, 4 roles. Beautiful, right? So the cool thing about this week is as I reveal more stuff, you'll start to see more things in action. You'll start to see, oh, I can see what's going on now, right? So that's really exciting about workshop too, right? So you kind of go, oh, Mark just taught us that. And then the next day you're like, oh, I see that in action, right? And this week there's going to be a lot of things that are revealed to you, which is fantastic, right? Now, coming back, so coaching and mentoring, back in workshop 1, we talked about the distinction between the 2. Does anyone remember, drop in the chat, does anyone remember what's the core difference between coaching and mentoring? Does anyone remember what they are? Because we said instructor was show and tell. Facilitator is I will allow you to screw it up and then give you opportunities to reflect on that. But coaching and mentoring was a little bit different. I think I may even give you the tennis analogy that Novak Djokovic got Andrew Murray to be his coach. Does anyone remember the difference there? One of them has done it, one of them has not. Drop in the chat. Which one has done it? Which one has not? Which one? Yeah, beautiful, Kobe, all over it. So the mentor has done it. Beautiful, India. Awesome, right? So the mentor has done it. So let's flip it. What's the coach very good at doing? What's the coach very good at doing? Drop in the chat. The coach is very good at doing what? Yeah, asking the learner. And if we extrapolate that a little bit more, they're very good at what? Helping the learner to do what? Helping the learner. Yeah, get new strategies. Beautiful. Love it. So ultimately, where is the onus sitting? Is the onus sitting on the coach or the coachee, or the person being coached? Yeah, the learner. Beautiful, right? So the really cool thing about coaching is that all the coach is doing is just posing new questions and getting the learner to think differently. Everyone drop a TD in the chat for think differently if you could for me, please, right? Now, the cool thing about coaching is that we can do less work, make the learner do more work, and they actually have the transformation, which is awesome, right? But there's some fundamentals around coaching that I want to share with you, that if you dive into the world of coaching, you find that you actually get more time back. Other people have more breakthroughs and you do less work. Drop a yes in the chat if you would like that. You do less work, they get more breakthroughs, and you get more time back, right? So I'm a little bit privileged privileged in the sense that back in about 2009, 2010, I actually signed up for a life coaching course, and I did a Cert 4 in life coaching, right? Now, you may laugh at life coaching, but for me, it was phenomenal because it actually taught me how to listen really, really effectively. And it also taught me phenomenal question asking skills that really helped me a lot in training and facilitating, but also my daily life as well. So I'm going to share some secrets around coaching with you, and you may want to grab a pen and write these things down as I share them, right? So coaching questions are kind of where it's at, and it's going to be so helpful. But before I show you the questions, we need to understand some fundamentals around coaching, right? And I'd probably recommend that you grab a pen and write this down. First core tenet of coaching, though, is you can't force anyone to do anything. You can, but often what do you think would go in that space there, folks? You can force someone to do something, but eventually they're going to snap and, yeah, they're going to resist, and the change doesn't last, right? You can force change, but eventually they're just going to leave the context, the scenario, and go, no, I don't want to be part of that anymore, right? So something to really keep in mind. However, on the flip side, when the decision and the change is driven by the individual, then it lasts over time. Drop a yes in the chat if that makes sense. You can't force change, but all you can do is get someone to think differently, and then they will make the decision to make the change, right? So really important idea. And it shows up in relationships and bosses and supervisors and colleagues and all of that stuff. And I think later in this week, we talk about organizational change as well. So 3 core principles around coaching. Okay. So the first one there is don't ever give up. What do you think might be there for number 1, right? It's kind of funny. It's like, what's in a cheeseburger? Cheese. But number 1 there, don't ever give that. What do you think, folks? Answer, Bridget. Excellent answer, right? So because we want the candidate to come up with we want the learner to come up with their own answer, their own idea. But if we come up with it, we're kind of robbing them of the aha moment, of the breakthrough. Even if we know, oh my gosh, you can't see the slide. What a rookie move by me. Awesome. 3 principles. I'm just going to come back to that one. You can't force anyone to do anything. You can only often the change doesn't last. Beautiful. Got it. Awesome. Thanks, Tiani. Really appreciate you guys letting me know. So on that note, and I should have checked. So next one, don't ever give the answer. Cool. Next, number 2 there. If you don't get the answer you want, change the what, folks. Drop in the chat. Number 2, if you don't get the answer you want, change the, what could it be? Question. Awesome, right? And this is a really important one, because sometimes people get a little bit stubborn and they get stuck on asking the same thing, and they keep asking it the same way, and then they get frustrated because the other person not giving them the answer that they want, right? But great self-aware communicators have flexibility in how they pose the question. So if you can look at coaching as sort of an exploration, that allows you to actually come up with new ideas and new ways to potentially look for the gold in the forest, so to speak, right? So everyone drop an E for exploration in the chat box for me, if you could, please, right? And as I will show you, there is a bunch of different questions that you can go to if you want to get particular answers, right? And the thing is, on Friday, we're going to talk about advanced questioning and advanced listening, and we're going to really look at this concept here, number 2. Number 3, stay curious. Stay curious and know the answer is in the what, folks. Number 3, stay curious and know that the answer is in the what. Drop in the chat. Stay curious and know that the answer is in the. This one will test you a little bit. Stay curious and know that the answer is in the what. This one will test you a little bit. What do you think could be the S word there? And it's not suspense. What do you think the S word could be? What do you have when no one is answering? We have, what's happening right now? We've got a lot of, beautiful. You guys nailed it. Not slide. It's actually in the silence. Everyone drop an S for silence in the chat there. Beautiful, right? Now, this is a bit of an unusual one. The challenge is, though, that a lot of instructors, facilitators, coaches, and mentors often are uncomfortable with silence. Drop a yes in the chat if you would agree to that or you would relate to that concept. You're a little bit uncomfortable with silence, right? The challenge is that there was a great book. It was written by an Australian gentleman. It was called The Coaching Habit. The author's name is Michael Bungay Steiner, but it's called The Coaching Habit. Now, in that book, they actually talk about a study they did, and they found that the average GP in Australia will interrupt you within 18 seconds, folks. 18 seconds of you telling your symptoms, your problems, and it's not even 18 seconds before they're interrupting you with a solution or a diagnosis. Drop a word in the chat as an emotion. How do you feel when you hear that number 18? When I saw that, I was like, oh my God, seriously? That kind of makes sense. Or, yeah, whoa, yeah, frustrated. Poorly, yeah, awesome, right? Loving these words coming through here, folks. For me, I saw that, I'm like, okay, eek. I really don't feel like I'm possibly being heard. Drop a yes in the chat if that kind of makes sense, right? And if you don't feel like you're being heard, acknowledged and appreciated, then highly likely there's not going to be a breakthrough that happens, right? So stay curious, and I know the answer is actually in the silence. And the longer you can actually hold that tension and hold the space, the more the probability of the new idea and the new breakthrough coming through. So that's a really important thing with number 3. Stay curious and know that the answer is in the silence, and know that the longer that happens, the more chance there is of a new idea coming, right? And if someone, says, oh, I don't know, well, my response is, cool, let's just take a moment here and let's just explore this together. I wonder, if we did know, I wonder what the answer would be, or, if someone else was looking at this problem and maybe they did already have the solution, I wonder what solution they may come up with. However, when we are coaching, our tonality is critically important. Everyone drop a T for tonality in the chat box if you could for me, please, right? Because at the end of the day, as we talk about with the 4 roles, if we coach with the wrong tonality, we actually shut people down, and it actually becomes more of an interrogation as opposed to an exploration, right? Drop an R in the chat if you could relate to that. If you have all these questions coming at you, it's like, far out, just allow me to have my space, right? So the worst thing you want to do is go along to a coaching course, come away with all these questions, then fire them at people without the right tonality. That leads to our next slide, which is all about some of the great questions we can use, right? So you may want to take a photograph of this slide. You may want to screenshot it, or you may want to write them down. Now, the cool thing about these questions is that they save you a bucket load of time in life, right? So first one there is, what specifically is the challenge that you are facing right now? Okay. Question 2, how specifically can I help you right now? One of my favorites, right? Number 3 there, who could you go to for support in this area? Or another one of my favorites, which is not on this list here, is, what would support look like for you in this moment? What would support look like for you in this moment? Number 4, who specifically, how specifically, where specifically, and then we can add in the rest there. Number 5, one of my absolute favorites is, I'm just curious, for what purpose? So for example, someone sends me an email saying, Mark, could you send me the XYZ document? I might write back and I'll go, yeah, I'm just curious, for what purpose do you need the document? And they go, oh, I needed to send it to Bill in the finance department because he's working on blah, blah. Then I'm going to write back and say, well, probably that's not the right document for Bill. It's not really going to help him out. The better document would actually be the other one, right? Drop a yes in the chat if you can see the power of number 5 there. I'm just curious, for what purpose would you need that, right? Really cool. Number 6, what could be the positive intent behind that, right? This is a great question to ask yourself, and also, other people there as well. So, Bill has done XYZ. I'm just curious, before we jump to any conclusions, what could be the positive intent behind what Bill's doing there? All right. Number 7, what would happen if we did X? What would happen if we didn't do X? All right. If we did X, how might we want X person to feel as a result? How could we get closer to making XYZ happen? So on this slide, we've got a bunch of questions. All of these questions I absolutely love and use on a daily basis. What I would love you to do is drop in the chat a number of a question here that you are drawn towards and think, oh, that's a pretty good one. I might play with that one going forward. Drop in the chat. Oh, now we've got some number 6s. We got number 8, awesome, number 1. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. Awesome, right? So drop an L in the chat if you're liking or loving the questions, because guaranteed these open up brand new breakthroughs, which is awesome, right? But the key thing is when we ask the question, we've got to come from that place of curiosity. So next thing that we want to think about is the idea of control. Everyone drop a C for control into the chat box for me if you could, please, right? Now, control is basically another way to define control is a sense of certainty, and who is empowered in the situation or the scenario. Now, many times in life, our biggest challenges are as a result of we don't have a sense of certainty or we don't feel empowered in the scenario, right? We're just a little bit stuck. So the next set of questions I'm going to show you allows you to, for yourself and other people, raise that level of certainty and raise that level of empowerment. All right. So these are what I call the control questions. And I got these from a mentor of mine who created these. And I actually carry these questions around with me in my wallet. And I've gotten them on a little card. And whenever I'm stuck on something, I just come back to these questions, right? So you may find them really, really helpful. So they're called the control questions. And as we go through it, I will give you time to write them down. So, number 1, what do you want most? All right, so C stands for clear. What do you want most? Okay, cool. Number 2 there is obstacles. What's stopping you from getting it now? All right. And then number 3, what is your biggest problem now? All right, so just let's just pause here. I'll give you an example. What do you want most? Well, I want a new house. New house. Okay. Well, what's stopping you from getting it now? Well, I don't actually have a deposit. Okay. Well, what's your biggest problem now? Well, probably my biggest problem now is actually saving for my deposit and getting that money together. Take responsibility. So what have you done to cause this issue, and what solution are you yet to discover? Drop a yes in the chat if you can see how it's bringing control back to the person that's actually in the mess, so to speak. And it's not allowing us to blame anything else. It's going, okay, cool. How can I act? How can I take responsibility? Number 5 there, what role do you need to play going forward? Having said that, this is a really, really important thing that we reflected back on ourselves, or if we are going to use it with someone else, these questions can be a little bit confronting, so we need to set up the right frame. Now, there is 2 more questions, so I'm going to give you some time to just write down the questions. First one there, what do you want most? Second, what's stopping you from getting it now? 3, what's your biggest problem now? What have you done to potentially cause this issue, or what solution are you yet to discover? I love that second one there. What role do you need to play going forward? Well, I probably need to budget better, and I probably need to spend less on McDonald's, probably, buy 1 coffee instead of 3. When you're ready for the next slide, drop an R in the chat. Let me know that you're ready, and that's cool. Awesome. Kobe's good. Callum's good. All right, cool. Excellent. Let me just come back, I think. Excellent. All right, cool. So next slide here is opportunities to act. Where can you act now? Where can you act now? And the next one, leverage and learning. Who can help? What can you learn from this, or what can you learn from other people? All right. And then the last part there is the aim is to always put people back in control of their situations and provide direction and clarity going forward. But the direction and clarity comes out of them pondering these control questions, not us telling them the strategy and telling them what to do. That would be more so mentoring in the sense of, I'll tell you what's worked for me, but whether that works for you or not, well, that's a different conversation. All right, so I'm just going to give you time to write down number 6 and number 7 there. All right. And the secret solution to all anxiety in life is brand new what, folks? The secret solution to anxiety is what? What do you think that might be as we've gone through this? And it's a word that starts with A. The solution to all anxiety is actually a word that starts with A. And let's see if anyone gets it. The solution to anxiety is actually, let's see if anyone gets it. It's actually new action there, folks. Everyone drop an A for action in the chat box if you could for me, please. Because when we're acting, we don't have time to actually think, right? But it's when we stop and overthink that things get in the way of actually taking a next step forward. Drop a yes in the chat if that kind of makes sense, right? So whenever we're getting anxious, all we do is we look at our phone, well, this is what I do, and my phone has a reminder on it and says every single day, it's got a reminder, it says, let's do something about that today. 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 And that recenters me and that reminds me, okay, cool, I got an issue. All right, let's do something about that today. Let's do something about that today. And it's a bit of a state interrupt, so to speak, or a pattern interrupt. So on that note, not yet, but in a moment, we're going to head to a breakout room. And what I would love you to do is simply share with your partner, for you personally, what was something that we've gone through with this coaching side of things that's really stood out to you? So if we come back to the very beginning here, we've got, you can't force change on anyone. If they create the change, it's going to be long lasting. Then we had a look at these 3 core principles, and the breakthrough is in the silence. Don't ever give the answer. Allow the person and encourage the answer to come up with the answer themselves. Coaching questions, we had a list here, and we picked out our favorites. And then we had our control questions, putting the onus and control back to ourselves or back to the other person, whoever needs the control. So what you're going to do, head to a breakout room and simply share with your partner. And Bridget, Danny, Jessica, and Tiana, you guys may want to mix things up there a little bit, but speak to your partner. What's something that's really stood out to you from the coaching segment that we've just gone through? Go for it, team. I'll see you back here in about a minute and a half. Go for it. Awesome. Welcome back, team. We're going to check in with some people in some groups there, and we're going to come over to Callum at India first of all. And India, I would love you to speak on behalf of your partnership there. India, what was something that was shared in your partnership that really stood out to you? Is either something you said or your partner said? Go for it, India. What was something you took away from that coaching section there? Go for it, India. What you got?
Well, in our discussions, we're sort of having a chat to how the control questions actually relate to coaching. And Callum made a really good point in that the control questions, I guess, can be used in a sense to make sure that you're both just on the same page, both learner and trainer. So you know exactly what you want to get out of the coaching sessions, where you want to go, what level you're at, and so that everything's just very clear as to where it's going to go.
I like it. I like it. Very cool. Very cool. That is fantastic. I love it. And definitely is going to do that and definitely going to create direction there as well. Really cool. Really cool. Love it. And yeah, I can actually see many other applications that I never thought of before, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. I like it. Good job, Callum. And good job, India. Very cool. Healthy idea there. Really cool. I'm going to reflect on that. And I'm going to come over to Jessica, speaking on behalf of her partnership there. Jessica, over to you. What did you get from that coaching little segment that we just did there, Jessica?
So Bridget and I were discussing how we liked that the aim is to put people back in control of their own situation and to provide clarity.
Cool. Cool. I like it. And I'm going to stay in that group there or that environment. I'm going to come over to Danny. Danny, what did you discuss with your partner or what came up with you and your partner? Go for it, Danny. What you got?
So similar sort of thing, we were discussing making the learner doing the work, putting it back on them and not giving the answers.
Awesome. Love it. And that static is interesting. It's very good. I'm not sure what happened there, but that is all good. I'm sure that will resolve itself there, which is cool. We'll come over to Kobe and Daniel there. And Daniel, speaking on behalf of your group there, what was one insight that you guys got there? Daniel, go for it.
We were just kind of talking about how we do like the control questions and putting the onus back on the learner, obviously, to be in control of their learning. But we also discussed how, in general, that the whole section that we just did then was about putting the learner in the driving seat of the journey. It's putting it back on them. You're taking the back seat. You're taking the coach approach, and you're having them be the driving force of what is being learned.
Nice. Beautiful. Well said. Everyone, drop another idea in the chat. Drop a B for boundaries in the chat box if you could for me, please, because as we went through that, highly likely you may have even seen boundaries show up. Drop a yes in the chat if you saw or could imagine boundaries showing up, because here's the deal, folks. When you guys take the calls, you guys are actually setting boundaries as well with your callers, and you're not going to jump through the phone and do everything for them, but you are setting a boundary up for what you can do, what you can't do, and all of that. Drop an R in the chat if you can relate to the idea of setting up boundaries, because that's essentially what we're doing with coaching, right? So let's come to our next person. Helen, over to you. Go for it. What did you guys chat about in your group? Helen, over to you. Go for it.
We talked about the possibility of taking control and redirecting the learner, and how it would be beneficial in our own platform environments with recruits. A lot of the time they have the knowledge there, but they can get overwhelmed during live operations. So being able to take control again can be quite beneficial in that situation. And also just the importance of being able to sit in the silence at times. It can be quite natural to want to fill that void. So that is something that I know that I myself would have to work on.
Yeah, really cool. Beautiful way to wrap up the segment there. That's awesome. And if anyone's curious about this, I highly recommend the book, The Coaching Habit. There's also a TED Talk on it, and the TED Talk is phenomenal. It's called The Advice monster, the advice monster. I'll type that in there. I'll pop it on here. It's called the advice monster. It's an amazing TED talk. It really brings home the unpleasantness of giving advice at the wrong times in the wrong way, and the power of coaching, but also the power of just sitting in the silence and actually holding the space for someone to heal. And really talking about the idea of empathy. Give me an A for awesome. Justin, your A is coming. Your A is coming, sir. And your A is coming right now. Everyone, drop an AJ in the chat for everybody's shares and everybody's contributions, because that was a fantastic segment there. So awesome. If you got some value from that coaching section, drop a V for value in the chat. And beautiful. Well done, team. Well done. Well done. So for me, there is a lot to explore in that. There's a lot of different ways that we can apply coaching, but just, have that in the back of your mind as you travel through today and beyond. So not yet, but we're going to take a break. And by my clock, it's 8:51, and we're going to come back at 9:05, folks. And when we come back at 9:05, we're going to help you and empower you with even more strategies for leading and influencing your audience. I'll see you back here at 9:05. Thanks, team. See you back very shortly. Awesome, folks. And without even me saying it, I'm sure your finger is itching to touch that PV key. Excellent, Daniel. Fantastic, fantastic. Thank you so much for letting me know that you're back, present, ready to go, ready to rock and roll. And I'm sure there's one person that is coming back very shortly, which is awesome. So on that note, what I'd love you to do, we're going to fire up the chat box there. I'd love you to type in one thing that you've written down so far today. It could be anything at all that you've written down so far today. Go for a team. What you got, what you got, what you got. Drop in the chat what you got. And it could be anything at all that you've written down. And it could be the breakthrough is in the silence, or it could be 18 seconds, or it could be something completely different that I can't even think of. What could it be, folks? Drop in the chat what you got, what you got, what you got. Excellent. You cannot force change. You cannot force change. Excellent. The answer is in the silence. Control questions. Utilize the silence. Beautiful. Don't ever give the answer. Don't rob the opportunity. Awesome. The advice monster. Excellent. Excellent. Really, really great TED talk. You will definitely be able to really connect with the story that's shared. It was awesome. Coaches don't give answers. No, they don't, Tiani. They certainly do not. They certainly do not. Mentors will share what's worked for them. For example, this morning when I shared something with some people, or even when I'm giving feedback, I'm sort of bordering on mentoring there a little bit. But instead, if, for example, I said to you, okay, that slide based on a principle, what's one way you can make it better? That would be coaching. But if I said to you, okay, based on what I've done in the past, this is how I've made my slides great, that would be mentoring, right? So hopefully you can start to hear and discover the distinction there and the difference, right? Beautiful, beautiful. Love it. Excellent, excellent. Yeah, control is definitely a sense of certainty. So a lot of times people go, I'm a control freak. No, you're not a control freak. You just really, really value certainty. Drop a yes in the chat if that makes sense to you. No one's a control freak. They just, really value, I like to know what's coming next. And your ego has 6 core needs, and that's a different conversation for another time. But your ego has 6 core needs, and one of the needs is to know what's coming next, or have a sense of certainty about your situation, your life circumstances, right? So on that note, now what we want to think about is our language. Everyone drop an L for language in the chat box for me if you could, please. Beautiful, right? Now, all of you in the fire comms world, you guys use language that's a little bit unique to your job, your role, all right? And you say words like appliance. I originally thought that was like a kettle or a microwave, but actually that is a fire truck. Who would have known, right? Took me 3 years to work that out. But there is media. There's all these different words that you guys use in your world, right? Now, in my world and my job, there's actually words and phrases that I use that actually open up people's minds and allow me to lead a session. So what we're going to do now is we're going to look at some of those phrases that you can actually use to sort of bring life to your sessions. So everyone, I'd love you to grab a pen and in your notepad, write down the word phrases or phrase. And when you have written that down, just drop an R in the chat and that'll let me know that you are ready. Now, in the next segment, we are going to actually say some things. Oh my gosh, it's going to actually be the wet method of training, right? So as we go through each phrase, I'm going to say the phrase, I'm going to drop the phrase in the chat so you'll be able to write it down, but you are going to practice it as well. Now, these phrases are going to seem a little bit unusual outside of context, just like we did yesterday with the saying the thing very, very quickly and slowly, then modulating, right? But we need to do the practice side of things so that when you're actually needing to implement, you've got them handy, right? So the first phrase that I'm going to bring up, is the first one, does that make sense? So I'm just going to give you a moment to write that down. Once you've written that down, just drop a D in the chat, and then I'm going to come to some various people, and you're simply going to repeat the phrase that's on the screen there, right? And the thing is, we're not going to debate the use of the phrase here. Right? The phrase that we always want to avoid, though, is, do you understand? All right. You always want to avoid, do you understand? Right? Because someone's going to feel uncomfortable saying, no, I don't understand. Right? So you want to check in, and does that make sense? The other things that we want to avoid are presupposition of negative, right? We talk about presuppositions later in the week, but I don't want to say, are you still keeping up with me? Or have I put you to sleep? Or are you still following along? Drop a yes in the chat if you can hear the negativity in that question there. Are you still keeping up? Have I lost you? Have you fallen asleep? Right? Unfortunately, although, you know, they seem like weird, I do hear people do that. And I always cringe when they do that because I'm like, why would you presuppose that? It's like weird. Like, even though you're not consciously putting people to sleep, you've suddenly planted the seed of people falling asleep. So we want to go neutral when we check in. Does that make sense? On that note, we're going to come over to Helen. Helen's going to unmute herself and she's simply going to say, does that make sense? And repeat the phrase that's on the screen there. And hopefully I have done the right thing and I'm actually showing the screen. Yes, I am. Helen, unmute yourself. Repeat after me. Does that make sense? Go for it.
Does that make sense?
Beautiful. Excellent. Bridget, over to you. Rapid fire. Does that make sense? Go for it.
Does that make sense?
Beautiful. Callum, over to you. Rapid fire. Unmute yourself. Does that make sense? Go for it.
Does that make sense?
Beautiful. Excellent. Thank you. All right. That's the first one done. And this is the way that we're going to play the game. We're going to keep the momentum very, very high. So the next one that we're going to write down, is the following. Grab a pen and write this down. 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 And the way that we want to use this one is we want to highlight what we want people to remember. Hopefully that makes sense, right? So we want to get people to go, oh, I need to pay attention. I need to write that down. If we don't, my kids thought Mark was glitching. Okay, cool. Thank you. That reminds me of the Coke ad where the guy would come on and glitch. Anyway, hopefully oh, I get it. Grab a pen and write this down. I get it now. Awesome. So this one is a really, really important one because I like it, Tiana. This one's a really important one because what we're doing is we're highlighting and we're kind of doing a time marker of what's important for people to know and remember. Because as we know, it's not what I say that matters, it's what people remember. That's the most important thing, right? So on that note, grab a pen and write this down. We're going to come over to Jessica. Jessica's going to unmute herself and she's going to say, grab a pen and write this down. Go for it, Jessica.
Grab a pen and write this down.
Beautiful. Love the echo in the background. Awesome. Justin, over to you. Grab a pen and write this down. Go for it.
Grab a pen and write this down.
Beautiful. And Kobe, go for it.
Grab a pen and write this down.
Beautiful. And India, over to you.
Grab a pen and write this down.
Awesome. Awesome. Right. Cool. So the next one we are going to play with is something that we need to be very conscious of. And that is when we are presenting on Zoom. And that is the phrase of, if you can see my screen, and checking that people can see what you can see. And even as I've gone through this workshop, there's occasionally been times that I've forgotten to do this as well. So if you can see my screen, type yes in the chat box, right? So everybody, you don't need to respond, but we are going to practice saying it. All right. So we're going to come over to Danny, and Danny's going to unmute herself and she's going to simply say what's on the screen there. If you can see my screen, type yes in the chat box. Danny, over to you, go.
If you can see my screen, type yes in the chat box.
Oh, nailed it. And Justin, over to you. Go for it.
If you can see my screen, type yes in the chat box.
Oh, said like a pro, for sure. Excellent. Once you've written that one down, drop a D in the chat. That would be great for me. Awesome. All right. So we're going to go on to the next variation for that because it's really, really important. Zoom etiquette, Zoom protocol, and audio checks. So the next one is, if you can hear the video, type yes in the chat box. So I'm going to come over to Bridget. Bridget, unmute yourself. Repeat what's on the screen there. If you can hear the video, type yes in the chat box.
If you can hear the video, type yes in the chat box.
Oh, legend, said like a pro. Love it. All right, cool. So these ones are really, really important, and we definitely want to check in with our learners, right? Now, it's particularly important if you're ever delivering to a group. Highly likely you guys never will on Zoom, but if you do, really, really important. If you're doing it today and you are just speaking verbally, just make sure you do check in with each other to make sure you've got audio and visual going on there, right? So the next one that we want to be very, very careful about is fractionation. Everyone, drop an F for fractionation in the chat box for me if you could, please. Excellent. All right. So the next one is all about managing the group and managing agreement. Everyone, drop an A for agreement in the chat box for me if you could, please. You see, the thing is, if I walk into a room and I say Donald Trump was the best president America ever had, instantly as I've said that, there's fractionation that's happened in this room right now. There's people that have said, yes, absolutely. There's other people that said, no way. There's other people that are sitting on the fence. There's other people that are saying, oh, that's a really extreme example to use. If I walk into a room and I say Apple computers are the best computers on the planet, instantly we got fractionation again. Now, fractionation is when you've got pockets of various opinions in a room. And unfortunately, or fortunately, if you don't have agreement, it's very hard to take people on the journey and have them have the aha moments, because if you lose people in agreement, you are going to find it very hard to influence them. Drop a yes in the chat if that makes sense to you, right? So if you don't agree with me, then we can't go anyway. Yeah, it's gone blank. Awesome. And hopefully it is about to show right now. Is it showing right now? Drop a yes in the chat if it's showing. Yeah, beautiful. It's back because I turned it back on. Yep, beautiful. So the next phrase that we're going to look at is, would you agree that? Would you agree that? So I'm going to go ahead and drop that in the chat box there for you. And once you've got that one, just drop a D in the chat and that'll let me know that you've got that. Beautiful, right? So we need to practice using this so that we can get everybody on the same page and the right page, so to speak. So I could say Donald Trump, best president America ever had, probably going to get me into hot water. But instead, I could say, would you agree that Donald Trump has been one of the most controversial presidents America has ever had? Drop a yes in the chat if you would agree with that. And yep, beautiful, right? So we need to start from that place of agreement and go from there. But if we lose people along our journey, then it's going to be very hard to create momentum around understanding, right? So let's play. So would you agree that let's go with, many people will travel to warmer countries to get a nice summer holiday? Drop a yes in the chat if you would agree with that. It's a bit of a weird one, but anyway, cool. Would you agree that sun cancer is becoming a bigger issue over the years? Drop a yes in the chat if you would agree with that. Beautiful, right? Would you agree that, and now let's go to your world, would you agree that there are more and more house fires starting because of electric scooters and electric appliances? Drop a yes in the chat. Beautiful. Like, keep dropping it in, right? Would you agree that when you are taking a fire call, people can be a little bit panicked and a little bit emotional? Rapid fire, drop the yeses in. Beautiful, right? Excellent. Would you agree that in life, it can be quite confronting when your house is on fire? Rapid fire, drop the yeses in. Would you agree that? Would you agree that? Beautiful, right? So now what we're going to do is come over to you. You're going to come up with an example. Now, the idea is you want to make it impossible to disagree with, right? So you don't want to say, would you agree that New Zealand is a great country? Because people may say yes, some people may say no, right? So that's not really going to help your cause. What you want to think about is, how do you make it impossible to disagree with, right? So if you want to borderline, if you want to balance it out just in case, you can say, would you agree that some people may say? All right. So that way you can buffer it out if you need to. But let's not go there for now. But would you agree that? All right. So would you agree that when you take a 000 call, it can be stressful for you and the caller as well? So on that note, we're going to come over to Bridget first of all. She's going to unmute herself and simply say, would you agree that? And we're going to respond in the chat. Highly likely we're all going to respond with yes. Bridget, over to you. Go for it.
Would you agree that there is a housing crisis and inflation of prices in Brisbane?
Beautiful. Drop it in. Love it. Fantastic example. Love it. Jessica, over to you. Rock and roll. Give me an example. Go for it. Jessica.
Sorry, I've gone blank. But would you agree that taking a 000 call at times can be stressful and
That's it.
can be stressful?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Perfect. I love it. I love it. Would you agree that blanks can happen in a workshop? Absolutely. I love it. Fantastic. Good job. Good job. Good recovery. I like it. Callum, over to you. Would you agree that? Go for it.
Would you agree that new technology in Firecom can be beneficial, but also create complexities in our workplace?
Bam! Bam! Mic drop. I love it. Well done. Well done. Well done. Well done. Beautiful. I'm going to throw one out there. Would you agree that digital literacy is an important skill in Firecom? Drop a yes. Beautiful. All right, let's go. One more. Justin, over to you. Go for it. Would you agree that?
Would you agree that you can't put toothpaste back into the tube?
Love it. Everyone should be dropping a yes on that one. Hardcore. Absolutely yes. All right, nice work, team 11. Great example. So now we're going to step into problem elicitation. Problem elicitation. Earlier, we've had someone that's really brought up the importance of being able to create problems, right? Or create problems in the mind of the listener. Everyone, drop a P for problem in the chat box if you could for me, please. Beautiful, right? So the next phrase we're going to look at is, would it be a problem if? Would it be a problem if? Would it be a problem if, right? So I'm going to go ahead and drop this in. So what we want to think about is creating a problem, but we also want to think about a consequence as well. So for example, problem plus impact slash consequence, all right? So let me show you how that would play out. Would it be a problem if... would it be a problem if we take a call, but we get the address wrong and the fire department turn up to the wrong location? Drop a yes in the chat if that would be a problem. Yeah, beautiful. Excellent. Would it be a problem if the telephone cuts out as we are trying to take the call? Would that be a problem? Drop a yes in the chat if that would be a problem. Would it be a problem if the phone cuts out as we're trying to identify the location? Cool. Give me some yeses in the chat there. Excellent. Cool. Would it be a problem if we are a firefighter and we get in the truck and somebody has forgotten to fill it up with petrol or diesel? Drop a yes in the chat if that would be a problem. Beautiful. Excellent, right? Would it be a problem if your learner falls asleep in your training session and they don't get the content that you're trying to teach them? Drop a yes in the chat if that would be a case. Beautiful, right? Would it be a problem if you have a family emergency and you have forgotten to charge your phone the night before just when you need to go to the hospital? Drop a yes in the chat if that would be a problem for you there. Beautiful. All right, cool. So what we're doing here is we're creating a problem and a consequence. By doing this, we're bringing the problem top of mind and building a reason for the person to listen. All right. So on that note, we're going to come over to Danny. And Danny's going to unmute herself and she's going to say, would it be a problem if blah, blah happened? And she may add on an impact and a consequence, or if the thing is self-evident, she's going to leave off the impact and consequence. But over to you, go for it.
Okay. Would it be a problem if we lost 000 calls and could not process emergencies?
Bam! Love it. Mic drop. Beautiful, beautiful. And it only happened recently with Optus. So really, really good example, timely example. Kobe, over to you. Would it be a problem if... Go for it.
Would it be a problem if you took an overtime shift but haven't managed your fatigue efficiently?
Bam. Mic drop. Love it. Helen, over to you. Go for it.
Would it be a problem if I decided to take a nap at console during night shift?
Nice, 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 nice. I like it. I like it. In that case, probably wouldn't put the focus on yourself, but maybe would it be probably if somebody else did it. I love it. Well done. And we're going to come to our next one. But before we go any further, Drop a P for powerfully if you can see the power of actually listening a problem before you teach the content there, right? And this is something you want to get comfortable to do. And I know it magnifies the why, but that is really what brings the message home. So the next one is fairly self-evident. We're not going to practice it, but the next one is, would it be the case that? So would it be the case that many people join the fire department because they love the schedule? All right. Or would it be the case that many people join Firecom because they find that that's a really attractive, good career choice? Or would it be the case that many people, come to Firecom and they really like the teamwork and the camaraderie? Would it be the case that? Okay. So I'm just going to give you a moment to write that one down. That would be great. Cool. And once you've written it down, just drop an R in the chat for ready. That would be great. Beautiful. Excellent. Would it be the case that you guys are learning some cool stuff? I think you are. All right. So the next one is, before I move on, let me check in. Before I move on, let me check in. Before I move on, don't worry, I'm not glitching, folks. Before I move on, let me check in. Before I move on, let me check in. All right. So go ahead, write that one down. And once you've written that down, drop a D in the chat. That'll be great. Before I move on, let me check in. Okay. Unfortunately, many trainers are too comfortable leaving the chicken half baked. That's a weird metaphor, but I don't know if I'll ever use that one again. But anyway, the metaphor is that sometimes we leave people half baked. All right. Everyone drop a HB in the chat for half baked in the chat, if you could, for me, please. If you knew, thank you, Daniel, if you knew that your job and your sole job in life was to make sure people remembered something, your attitude will shift quite a bit. Everyone drop an R for attention in the chat box for me, if you could, please. So the thing is, I know it's a bit of a stretch, but I'd like you to imagine, if you've got kids, you'll kind of relate to this, right? When my daughter was 6 years old, or 7 or 8, I can't remember exactly, but I got her to go shopping to the corner store for the very first time. And I said to my daughter, Jasmine, I want you to go to the shop, and here's the money. Probably couldn't do this these days, but it was at a caravan park, so it was okay. I said, Jasmine, I want you to go to the caravan park kiosk, and I want you to buy 1 yogurt and 2 ice creams. Now, Jasmine, I want you to buy 1 yogurt and 2 ice creams. Jasmine, before you go, how many ice creams do I want you to buy? Daddy, 2. Drop a yes in the chat if you could see what I was doing there, making sure that she got the information. I was not going to let her run off with my money. Just kidding, of course, but just to drive home the point, right? But many times we allow people to walk out of our room half-baked. Drop an R in the chat if you're getting the analogy, right? We allow people to leave before we really know if they've got it, right? Now, this is going to challenge you guys a little bit, because you'll talk and you'll assume, oh, I've said it, so they've heard it, right? But before I move on, let me check in. So this is going to challenge you a little bit, but you'll be okay, right? So what we're going to do an example, such as, I like apples. Before I move on, let me check in. What fruit do I like? Drop in the chat. I just made that up one, by the way. Anyway, cool. Awesome. So we're just going to practice using this expression. So we're going to come over to Daniel. Now, Daniel's going to say, I like blah, blah. And then he's going to say, before I move on, let me check in. What do I like? Or what sport do I like? All right. So Daniel, over to you there. Tell us a sport or a thing or a whatever. And then you're going to use the expression. Before I move on, let me check in. Throw it back to the audience. And we're going to drop in the chat. Daniel, over to you. Go for it.
Hey guys, I just thought I'd let you know that I like cold water. Now, before I move on, what was the drink that I like?
Well said. Well said. That was fantastic. That was awesome. I love it. Cool. And Jessica, over to you. It could be anything at all that you like or that you love or that you do on the weekend. I don't care what it is, but it's before I move on. Let me check in. What was the thing? Jessica, over to you. Go for it.
So I like baking cakes. And before I move on, what do I like baking?
Nice. Beautiful. Well said. Well said. I like baking cakes. Before I move on, let me check in. What do I like baking? Beautiful. Excellent. Callum, over to you. Go for it, Callum. What you got?
I like doing photography in my time off. Before I move on, let me check in. What do I like doing in my time off?
Nailed it. Nailed it. Nailed it. Awesome, right? So now if we take it back to the world of training presenting, it could be, okay, there are 6 steps to taking a 000 call. Before I move on, let me check in. How many steps are there, folks, up in the chat? Before I move on, how many steps are there? I just made that up, by the way. And you guys got to respond faster, faster, faster. There are 6 steps to taking a call. Before I move on, let me check in. How many steps are there? Awesome, right? I speak 3 languages. Before I move on, let me check in. How many languages do I speak? Beautiful. Excellent. You guys are getting it. Awesome, right? So this is backtracking, but making sure the idea is locked in, right? Really, really, really important. And then we're going to come back, and our final one that we're going to look at is the biggest thing that I want you to take away from this slide is. The biggest thing that I want you to take away from this slide is. The biggest thing that I want you to take away from this slide is. The biggest thing I want you to take away from this slide is, right? And what I would love you to do is write that one down, then drop a D in the chat. That would be great for me. Awesome. So on that note, we're going to come over to India, and India's going to use that expression. The biggest thing I want you to take away from this slide is, but we're going to challenge India a little bit, and everyone, and you are simply going to add in an extra piece, such as the biggest thing I want you to take away from this slide is staying calm is critical, or the biggest thing I want you to take away from this slide is the ABC method, right? She's going to make it up, but we're going to relate it back to your world if we can, right? The biggest thing I want you to take away from this slide is, I don't know, click on the reserve button. Or the biggest thing I want you to take away from this slide is compliance matters, whatever it is. And we're going to come over to you, go for it. And I think it was India. Go for it. Unmute yourself. Biggest thing I want you to take away from this slide is, go for it.
The biggest thing I want you to take away from this slide is that a lot of people make mistakes, and that's completely fine just as long as you rectify them.
Boom. Mic drop. Mic drop. That was beautiful. Callum, over to you. Go for it, Callum. What you got?
The biggest thing I want you to take away from this slide is Brisbane region has too many fire trucks.
Well said. Well said. Helen, over to you. Go for it.
The biggest thing that I want you to take away from this slide is, despite the language that QPS use in ISIMs, I don't want any of you to react.
Beautiful, beautiful. All right, well done, team. Well done. All right, so Danny, I like it. I like it. Cool. So on that note, we have gone through quite a few phrases here. First of all, I'm going to ask a very on the cliff kind of question. Drop a P for powerfully if you think some of these phrases are powerful. I don't know. And maybe you think they're quite empowering, and maybe they're going to help you out with your confidence quite a bit. But what I'd like you to do, all of these are critical. All of these I use, and all of these I use on a daily basis. Now that you're aware of them, you're like, I just heard Mark use a phrase. What I'd like you to do is just drop in the chat what's one of the phrases, knowing that you'll use all of them, guaranteed you will, but one of them that really stands out to you that you're like, oh, that one, I definitely want to play that with that one even more going forward. Drop in the chat which one is it for you, and which ones really stood out to you. Cool. Number 1, excellent, of course. Number 10, love it, beautiful, excellent. Would it be a problem if? Excellent. Grab a pen and write this down. Oh, Daniel. Awesome. So as you guys present today, tomorrow, and the next day, and even beyond, you will start to enjoy the pleasure of using these phrases, which is fantastic. So on that note, what we're actually going to do now is we're going to take a break. All right. And we're actually going to take a working break, though. So what that means is by my clock, it's 9:35. And what we're going to do, we're going to come back at 10:25, right? Now, during this time, what you've got is time to actually work on your presentations, right? And this will be time where you can play with your slides. If you're yet to send through slides, you want me to look at slides, you can certainly do that. But everyone, can you drop a 1025 in the chat and stand up, move around? If you're happy with your slides, great. You may want to practice using the phrase a little bit more, do whatever you want to do over the next hour or so. So on that note, my video is going to be off, but I will be here. So if you want to email me any questions or you've got a question, you could drop a Q. But other than that, see you back here at 10:25, and then we'll go into some admin, and we'll go from there. And yeah, that'll be great. See you back here at 10:25. Thanks, team. Awesome. It is time, folks. So if you are back, drop a P in the chat. Let me know that you're present and stay on point there if you can. Awesome. Great to have India back, Bridget back, Helen back. Awesome. Awesome. And hopefully I got to the last person there with their slides, and I got it back just in time, I think, which is great. And that is all good. That's all good. All right, folks, well done, well done. And I try and get to people's slides as quick as I can, but I'm just going to be authentic. I just have had something personal happen over the last 24 hours and since Monday. So I'm just trying to navigate that issue in the background there, but I'm trying to get back to you guys as quick as I can. So hopefully you guys can maintain that patience level with me, and apologies for being a little bit delayed. So on that note, we're now going to just head to my slides for just one thing, or just my Word document for just one thing. I want to introduce a concept to you, and I just want you to write it down, ponder it, and think about it. And before I do that though, what I'm going to throw out to you though is if you've received feedback from me on your slides, drop a ME in the chat. Just let me know, like, who are the people that receive feedback. Beautiful. All right, cool. What I would like you to do is just drop in the chat, what's one thing that potentially that you've noticed that I've done with your slides that just stood out to you? Just drop it in the chat. What's one thing? Give them less. Excellent, Kobe. I like it. Blanks. Excellent, right? Now, there's one overarching thing that I really think about more than anything else, and this is a concept I want to introduce you to right now. It's called cognitive load. Cognitive load. Yeah, beautiful, Daniel. Love it. Yeah, awesome. Before I go any further, drop a yes in the chat if you've got some value from my feedback. Just throwing the idea out there. Yeah, beautiful. All right, cool. Because you don't know what you don't know, and just putting yourself vulnerable out there, you can expose yourself to some great ideas, right? So we've got this concept called cognitive load, right? And I'm just going to drop this in the chat, and it's just something to really think about and ponder. Cognitive load is the heaviness of content. Everyone drop a H for heaviness in the chat if you're good for me, please. H for heaviness. Beautiful. So what I want you to understand or entertain the idea of is, I don't know about you, but if I am showing a bunch of text and it's very, very heavy, it can feel heavy on my brain, and it can actually deplete my energy. Drop an R in the chat if you can relate to that, right? Drop an R in the chat if you can relate to that. So what I want to introduce you to is the idea of really balancing out how much information you've got on any one slide at any one time. Drop a yes in the chat. That's kind of making sense, kind of resonating, right? So when I look at your slides, instantly what I'm looking at is cognitive load. And if it's too heavy, I'm like, fuck me, whoa, shit, that's actually draining my energy, right? Now, I am fully aware there's certain things that you have to have on the slide that makes sense, right? But whenever I'm looking at a slide, I'm thinking, what's the level of engagement? And also, what's the level of cognitive load going on? So some slides that I looked at from you guys, absolutely fantastic. They were drawing me in. Other slides, they were a little bit heavy. So what I was trying to do was change it to bullet points or add numbers or take words out so that there was less cognitive load going on. What I would love you to do is drop in the chat, what are you taking away from this conversation around cognitive load? And what's really standing out to you there, folks? Drop in the chat what's really standing out to you there as I describe that. What are you taking away from that conversation? Yeah, don't overload the learner. Yeah, awesome, awesome. And the other thing to think about is, there may be things that absolutely people need to know. And in those cases, you could absolutely provide a handout, right? So the purpose of a slide and purpose of a handout and purpose of a whiteboard, purpose of a flip chart, they're all different, right? So what you want to think about is, what do they really need on the slide? What do they really need in a handout? All right. So yeah, it's definitely load dependent. I like that. Yeah, really great point. UI and UX, awesome. Love that you bring that up. Yeah, definitely. It's load dependent, and it's also context dependent as well. So just something to think about there as well. And also, colors as well, right? So if you have too much black on a slide, that can drain the energy there as well. But if you have too many light and pale colors like orange and yellow, that can sort of feel a little bit unusual for people as well, right? So colors are really important to think about there. And also font size is very important as well. And you would be shocked to see the number of presentations that I go to in conferences that don't even follow this idea. And I went to a conference 2 weeks ago, and even me sitting in a room full of professionals, they hadn't even done a visual check on their own slides. And when I looked at the slide, I can't even read the font, and it's not like for me, I got issues with my eyes. I couldn't even read the diagrams they were showing. And they also hadn't done a visual check on their colors. So it's like, oh my gosh, right? So a good thing to do is always do a visual check on your slides. And actually, we're going into the pro territory here a little bit, but if you're setting up a room and you're delivering training, just a general idea, make sure you actually sit in various seats in the room to check that every person can see the slides when you're showing the slides and the font is big enough. Just drop a yes in the chat if that makes sense to you folks. It's a pro tip, but it's a common sense tip that most people unfortunately don't do, right? Fantastic. You got some value from that. Hopefully you did there. Cognitive load is where it's at, right? So when you guys are sending me through your slides over the next couple of days, that's something that I'll be checking because that's, what we look for, right? Just like when you guys look for certain things on a call, well, when I look at slides, that's the first thing I'm looking for. Cognitive load, just so I know that you got that, drop a GL in the chat. It's actually a G. Yeah, so GL in the chat. Cognitive load is where it's at. Awesome. Fantastic. All right. So, it's actually a CL. Who knew? All right. Anyway, screw that up. Whatever. So, in the last couple of moments there, I've got an email that I sent out. And in the email, it was called Mentoring Plan Examples and Template. Drop a G for got it in the chat. If you got this email, that would be great. Drop a G in the chat. Awesome, Bridget. No, not yet. That is fantastic. That is totally okay. And it will come through. There were 3 files. So in that case, sometimes it can take a little bit longer to come through. And that's totally okay. Totally okay. And I will resend right now. And that is all good. And if you're taking notes, which I'm sure that you are, if you just write down the heading mentoring plan, that is good. And I'll just shoot it through one more time. I know that email servers and stuff have been playing up a little bit. I'm going to ask a naughty question. Are people comfortable if I share each other's email address? Is that okay with everyone? Or would you prefer that it stays private? Rapid fire drop in the chat. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Cool. Yep. All right, cool. So the reason I asked that is if I put it in BCC, it takes a little bit longer for some reason. If I drop it in CC or carbon copy, it seems to land a little bit sooner. Just something I've noticed there, right? Cool. You can do it. Thank you. It reminds me of an Adam Sandler thing. Excellent. So that email will come through to you shortly. And when it does, just drop a G in the chat. That would be great for me. Now, we're about to head into a document. And we're going to head into a document called a mentoring plan. And this is a plan that we put together when we're mentoring someone. What a crazy idea, right? So I'm just going to wait for a few more moments as that email comes your way there. Awesome. Thanks, Sam. Yeah, no problem at all, Daniel. All good. All good. All right, fantastic, Tiani. Fantastic. Okay. Yeah, fantastic. All right, cool. So, I'm going to show you a document. I'm going to show you a yeah, cool. So I'm going to show you a document, and the document I'm going to show you is called Mentor Plan Baden. Mentor Plan Baden. Mentor Plan Baden. That's the one where I'm going to show you, and hopefully there's a little bit of an arrow going on to that one that I'm going to show you there. So once you've got that one open, just drop an O in the chat. That would be great. If you've got Mentor Plan Baden open up, that would be great. And then we're going to have a look at Mentor Plan Baden. All right. So I'm just going to go ahead. Oh, beautiful. You guys have dropped an O in the chat. Fantastic, right? So what we've got here is the start of the mentor plan, right? It's a bit of a, starts out with a bit of a meeting, right? And I'm just going to wait till everyone's got that open. All right, cool. Just going to wait for a few more O's in the chat, or a yes, either's fine. So we've got a bit of a simulated meeting discussion notes here going on. All right, so I'm just going to walk you through that. And you don't necessarily need to read it. All right, it's just a copy of meeting minutes that were happened between the mentor and the mentee. Cool. So I'm going to come down, and we got that filled out. All right. So then we come down and we've got the mentoring plan. All right. We're going to look at that in more detail, but it's the plan for the sessions that are going to be run with the individual. Right. So in this case, the trainer, has filled this out, and we got some agree progression going on, and then we come down and we've got the 3 sessions that are taking place and when they're taking place, and we got some different things going on there, right? So I'm just going to come back now and come back to the email they sent out, and we got a mentoring plan example filled out. I'm going to bring up a different one, and everything will make sense in just a moment, but I'm just bringing you up into the context of what we're about to go through. So then this is one that's filled out by Adam. Adam's the mentor. And then we come down and we look at the learner details. In this case, the learner is Dan Hill. All right. So we come down and we've got this mentoring form filled out. So in this case, we've got 3 sessions, and Zoom virtual, Zoom virtual, Zoom virtual. We've got the dates going on there, and we got the 3 topics and what's being covered. Then we got the rest filled out, right? And then we got the assessment schedule that's filled out, and how the person's going to be assessed, and all of that good stuff, right? So I'm now going to come back to the template that I have sent through. Now we've got the learning mentoring plan template, and I'll just go ahead and bring that one up, or this is the one we're about to open up here, right? So learning mentoring plan. Once you've got that one open, just drop an O in the chat. That would be great for me if you could do that. Awesome. So what's going to happen now is, not yet, but in a moment, I'm actually going to need the help of somebody. And what I'll actually do is I'm going to come over to Bridget. Now, Bridget is not yet, but in a moment, going to simulate something. Okay. Now, it's not going to be hard at all. I'm the one that has to do all the hard work. But what Bridget is going to do is she's going to unmute herself, and hopefully everyone, can you see on your screen there, on my screen, where it says meeting with individual learner mentee. Drop a F in the chat if you can see it, find it, or whatever. F and S. If F and yes, that's fine with me, right? So not yet, but in a moment, we're going to simulate something, right? And Bridget is going to help me out. Now, what I'm going to demonstrate is how quick and short I am making my answers, right? Because we're about to do an activity, and the challenge is that when you guys go into the activity, you will talk like no tomorrow, and that's great. You know, it's wonderful, but it can really draw out the activity. So right now, Bridget's going to demonstrate something. I'm going to demonstrate something, but Bridget, you don't need to write anything down. It's just demonstrating, all right? It's just demonstrating. Everybody, we're just demonstrating. Bridget, no writing required, just talking, right? So what's going to happen in a moment is Bridget is going to ask me some questions, right? Now, I'm going to imagine that I'm a fire comms person, and she's going to ask me some questions, right? And we're going to focus our questions on this section here. So Bridget is probably going to ask me a question such as, so Mark, do you have any previous experience with the topic of taking 000 calls or working on the telephone in a previous job role? All right. What previous experience do you have with taking calls on a telephone? All right. Next question she's going to ask me is, so Mark, just in the area of taking calls, what's your major goal? What's your goal? All right. Taking 000 calls or working at Firecoms, what's your goal? The next question is, so Mark, I'm just curious, how do you love to learn, or what's your preferred style of actually taking in new information? And Mark, is there anything special that you need me to know as your mentor? That's what she's going to say. I'll just recap for Bridget one more time. So, Mark, do you have any previous experience working on the telephone? Working on the telephone? Any previous experience? Next one. Mark, what are your goals working here at Firecom? What goals do you have? Next one. Mark, how do you prefer to learn? What ways do you love to take in new information? And then she's going to say, Mark, is there anything I need to know as your mentor? All right. Hopefully, Bridget, you caught that. Even if you didn't, I'll help you out anyway. So Bridget's going to unmute herself and she's going to ask those questions. I'm going to give my answers. Everyone, I want you to listen very closely to how I answer those questions. Bridget, over to you. Ask your first question. Go for it.
Okay. Hi, Mark. I would just like to talk to you about your previous experience. I'd like to talk about your previous experience with call taking, and in particularly call taking in emergency situations.
Oh my gosh, what a great question. So I used to work at the ANZ Bank, and I used to work in the fraud department. So sometimes people would call me up and be stressed because their credit cards have been stolen. So that was kind of my experience in taking calls in emergency situations.
Okay, thank you so much, Mark. Now we're going to move on to your goals. So you want to work in Firecom. What would your goals be surrounding that career?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm honest, I guess my goal would be to feel confident taking calls, but also I'm really attracted to the shifts and the way the rostering's set up. So I guess my goal would be to feel comfortable and confident to take calls within probably the next 3 months. But also, I do want to have a good, healthy work-life balance as well, and achieve that within the next 6 months.
Okay, thank you for sharing. Now we're just moving on. Mark, do you have a preferred style of learning or a way that you particularly like to learn?
Yeah, I really appreciate you asking that question. Yeah, so for me, I am a little bit of a reserved person, and I like to make sure I'm doing the right thing. So I do love to watch other people do it first and get a model of what it should look like. And then I like to sort of be able to ask questions, and then I like to have a go. So I don't like to be rushed too soon. I like to watch it, ask questions, and then have a go. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. And lastly, as I will be your mentor, is there anything special or in particular you would like me to know as your
Yeah, I
mentor?
do have dyslexia, so occasionally my spelling is not fantastic, but yeah, I'm definitely working on it.
Thank you, Mark.
Awesome, great. Everyone, drop an AJ in the chat. Bridget, you nailed it. That's exactly what I want. So beautiful, well done, and exactly what it needs to be. So, not yet been in a moment. You guys are going to head into a breakout room, all right? And essentially, I'm going to create some groups. Now, AJ, awesome, all right, cool. So, we're going to create some groups. Now, the thing is, when you guys go into the group, so I'll tell you right now, there will be a group, and there'll be 2 groups of 3, and there'll be one group of, well, 2 groups of pairs, right? So I'm gonna go ahead. This group will be one group. All right, so Daniel, Helen, and Justin, you guys will be one group. Callum, India, and Kobe, you guys will be one group. All right, so I'm just going to drop this in here. And then Bridget and Danny, you guys will be together. And then Jessica and Tiani, you guys will be together. Okay. Cool. And I'm just going to drop this in. I'm going to drop this in. So, cool. All right. So if you've registered who your group members are, just drop a yes in the chat. Let me know that you've registered who they are. All right, cool. So, and if you don't like your partner, tough. All right, just kidding. What's going to happen now is we need to sort of lay out the groundwork as to the kind of the landscape. And let me just find my training notes, right? So what's going to happen when we actually go into the sessions is that you are going to have you're going to have a presenter. All right. You have a presenter. Now, the next thing I'm going to say is going to be hard for me to navigate because in the groups of 3, you will definitely have this. For the groups of 2, it's going to be a little bit different because the group of 2, the learner has to act as 2 people. Anyway, you'll understand that in a moment. You'll have the presenter, and then you will have the learner or the mentee. And you will have an observer, all right? Now, the observer has their camera off, all right? Everyone, drop the word off in the chat box for me if you could, please. The observer's going to have their camera off, right? Reason for that is it can be a little bit intimidating when somebody is watching you deliver your thing. So observers, cameras off, no ifs, no buts. It's like, and I will pick you up for it. I'll say, turn your camera off fast, right? So camera is going to be off, right? So in your group there, you're going to have 3 people. You're going to have a presenter, a learner, then an observer. Then what we do is we take on the next role, take on the next role, take on the next role. Now, I'm just going to give you a hint. If anyone is potentially presenting the same topic, so a couple of people over the last 24 hours sent me through some slides on tunnels, which is great, no dramas with that. But if you end up in a group and 2 people are doing tunnels, you may want to play with that or just navigate that as you do. But that's all good. That's cool. So the other thing I will say is if you find that you're a learner, please, I know it's going to be hard and I know that it's kind of unavoidable. We are all in an environment where most of you would know the answers to most of the questions. So as much as you can, please let me just find this. Act as if you don't know. So I don't know is going to be our phrase for the day. Everyone drop a I don't know in the chat box for me if you could, please. I don't know. Like, I literally don't know. And I'm acting as if I'm learning this for the very first time. Now, I don't know. Beautiful. All right, cool. Now, having said that, if you are the presenter and you know some extra stuff, definitely add it in, challenge your learner. And before I move on, let me check in. Right. So now coming back to this setup here for a moment. And in the case of the partnership there, in the case of the partnership, and hopefully this will make sense, we've got the learner and the observer. They are going to be the same person. So in the case of who were my partners here, we had Jessica and Tiani. So when Jessica is teaching Tiani, Tiani will be the observer and the learner. Drop a yes in the chat if that makes sense. When Bridget's teaching Danny, Danny will be the observer and the learner as well. Awesome. So basically it just means that there's another form to fill out, and the other form is like the observer form, and the other form is the feedback form, right? So it's not too complicated, not too challenging, but in the groups of 3, you're going to have one presenter, one learner, and one observer. Then you swap over, take the next role, take the next role, take the next role. So all of you will have an opportunity to be a presenter, all of you will be a learner, and all of you will be an observer, right? And we flow through that dynamic. So on that note, I just need to set that up. Now, not yet, but in a moment, you're going to head to a breakout room. And in the breakout room, you are going to simulate the meeting that I just did, right? So we're going to come to this section here and mentee's name. So that's the name of the person you're going to teach. So when you get into the room, you guys can decide who's teaching who. In the partnerships, it's pretty obvious. You're going to be a presenter and the mentee. So mentee's name is the person you're teaching. Trainer's name, your name. Not sure how much clearer we can make that. And then time of meeting, you can pop in, say 11 o'clock. That's fine. And then date is today's date. And then location, leave it that. And then you're going to ask these questions, right? But hopefully you notice how precise my answers were. So if it was Bridget, she would write in there, worked ANZ, fraud department, full stop, done, right? Goals are work-life balance and get comfortable taking calls, right? Preferred learning style, she can type in a feed dot points, that's good. And then down the bottom here, we've got place for signatures. You can just do initials, that's fine. Trainer signature is your name and initials, and date and date. Before I move on, if that's clear for you, drop a C. If anyone's got any questions, drop a Q and let me know the meetings, this section's all good. All right, awesome. Okay. Daniel's got a question. Absolutely. Unmute yourself. Daniel, what would you love to know? Go for it.
We're just running this meeting with our topic that we did from our slides.
Yes.
Cool.
So, and that's a great point. So what's going to happen is over the next 3 days, so today, tomorrow, and the next day, we are going to deliver 3 sessions, right? So everyone drop a 3 in the chat. We're going to deliver 3 sessions, but we are actually going to plan out 5, all right? So we're going to plan out 3 sessions. When we come down here, we've got place for 3. So it's going to be, all right, today we're talking about tunnels. Tomorrow we're talking about geo tracking. And the next day we're talking about fire trucks. All right. So we plan out our 3 sessions and that's cool. All right. So we're simulating the idea that we're having a meeting with our learner. Now, technically you would have the meeting and then you would design your slides for all 3 sessions, but we're kind of doing it backwards because otherwise we get too many thoughts in our brain. So we're doing this meeting as if we are onboarding a new person at Firecom, or that they're already working at Firecom and we're doing further onboarding training, right? So either perspective is fine. I don't care if they're a brand new starter or they've already been at Firecom for a couple of months. Totally up to you, however you want to play it out. Cool. So this meeting section here is what we're going to fill out. Now, when you go into the rooms, I'm going to give you about probably 5 minutes apiece. So Daniel, you'll ask your questions to your learner. Then the next person will ask their questions to the next person, right? So in total, it should probably take you about maybe 10, 15 minutes to fill out this meeting section. And in the partnerships there, probably about 10 minutes or like 3 or 4 minutes each, and then you are done. All right. If that's clear for you, drop a C. If anyone's got any other questions, drop a Q. And as you go through it, I would recommend that you save the document, hint, hint, nudge, nudge, right? And you're going to save it as mentoring plan 1 in class mentoring and then first name, last name, right? So mentoring plan 1 in class mentoring, first name, last name. So that's the naming convention I'd love you to give it. So once you've saved it as that, just drop an S in the chat. That would be great. Got no rush on that at all. Apologies. Yep, awesome, Callum, fantastic. So you're going to head to your rooms and you guys can navigate who's teaching who. And all we're doing for the next, say, 10, 15 minutes is filling this plan out. Now, if you get done, you may scroll up to the top part and fill this section out here as well. So this section, who fills this out? So you do. Okay, so you do. And so this is you, your email address, your address, and then you can pop your name and the date. And then naturally down here, Yeah, you fill out the plan based on your conversation with your mentee. All right, cool. So I will see you back here in about 10-15 minutes and we'll see how you're tracking. But make sure you, when you do the meeting, you keep your answers short and precise and to the point. Drop a yes in the chat if that message has landed for you and you're all good there. Excellent. All right, cool. On that note, I'll see you back here in about 10 minutes. 10, 15 minutes. We'll go from there. So about 11:15-ish. Go for it, team. See you back here. Alrighty, as people slowly come back there, and feel free just to be aware that we're in the fun with forms section. As Sheldon Cooper says, fun with flags. I say fun with forms. So just be aware, and I'll say that again when everyone comes back. But we're just in the fun with forms mode at the moment. So don't worry, we're definitely on schedule, on point, and we're not rushing through this because I know that it can there's thoughts involved, if that makes sense. Cool. Welcome back, team. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. So for the activity you guys just did, if you got semi-complete and worked with your partner, got some ideas down, just drop a C in the chat if you got complete. If you still need more time, that's totally fine. You will have time later on, but just know that you don't need to go into war and peace for this section here, right? Which is totally cool. If there's anything you don't know, you can just add it on later on. So on that note, we got this meeting and you filled it out to the best of your ability for now. So we're going to scroll down a little bit here, and we've got this section here which talks about learner details, pop in their name, physical address, and the number one thing I will say for this, though, it's okay to, hopefully Bridget's okay, it's okay to create details. What I mean by that is if you don't want to say like particular phone numbers or things like that, it's okay. What I do want you to do, though, is keep it in the scope of reality. Everyone, drop an R for reality in the chat box for me, if you could, please. What I mean by that is please don't write Homer Simpson or Mickey Mouse or anything like that, because that's when we get into hot water. It's okay to modify these details. Zoom call online, okay. Yep, that's fine, Justin. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. You can do that, or you can say online via QFD or however you want to put that. That's fine. But hopefully you've caught what I mean by no Mickey Mouse. No Mickey Mouse. Drop a yes in chat if that makes sense. If you put Mickey Mouse, it puts us in a weird position if an auditor picks it up and go, Mickey Mouse, what are you talking about, right? So it's okay to modify details, but just make it still reality. Like pick Mary Smith, or, if you don't want to put the exact supervisor's name and those kind of things, it's okay. But yeah. Anyway, so purpose of this program, this is where you're going to put in things like onboarding as part of their career. All right. And there's enough prompters in here to give you ideas on how to fill it out. Hopefully there are there. And we're not going to fill this out now. You're going to fill it out during this week. All right. Now, where we've got trainer facilitator visit schedule, basically this section here is going to be the 3 topics that you're going to present on this week, but in total we are going to plan out 5 sessions. Everyone drop a 5 in the chat for me if you could, please. So it will require 1 2 3 4, so you will require an extra line in here, and I'll drop that line in here. So you're delivering 3, but you're planning out 5. So that would be here, it could be the first topic, which is tunnels. Next topic is aeroplanes. Next topic is fire trucks, and the next topic is whatever you're talking about, right? So you're planning out 5, but you're only delivering 3. So today you're delivering 1, next day you're delivering 1, next day delivering 1. Next, additional learner support. Well, there could be none or some. Totally up to you, right? Supervision requirements, you can say mentor will be provided to assist with whatever you want to say there, whatever be appropriate. Cool. And then you can follow the prompts there, and then assessment schedule. How will they be assessed? Whether that's, I don't know, informal quizzes or practical observation or scenarios, whatever you do there, that's totally fine. And then we come down, we got a place for sign, side, date, all that fun stuff, right? So if that kind of makes sense, drop an MS in the chat if that kind of makes sense and you guys are all good with that. Okay, cool. So what we're going to do now is just for cognitive load processes and the awareness around that. We've taken in a lot of information there. By my clock, it's 11:15. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back at 11:25, folks. So stand up, move around, get the blood pumping and flowing, and I'll see you back here at 11:25. And then we're going to continue our conversation with fun with forms. Fun with forms. Carries on, 11:25. I'll see you back here at 11:25. Thanks, Sam. Looking very serious there, Bridget. You're in the colored room again, if I recall correctly. It's called the colored room. Seriously stressed. Ah, there you go. There you go. SS, seriously stressed. Too much fun. Presenting is fun. Presenting is simple, it's easy, it's fun. It's all good. Just hanging out, sharing some info. Bridget, I'm sure you are going to be amazing. Probably even better than I can be. So, all good. All good. Just chilling out. Cool. Ah, Daniel, thank you for kicking it off. Thank you for saying, well, doing what I was about to say. So yeah, awesome. Thanks, Yanni. We'll get you guys there eventually. You'll be dropping it before I even think of it. Excellent. Thank you, Callum. Thank you for the peas and the carrots. Excellent. All part of a healthy diet. However, I cannot eat carrots. For some reason, I'm allergic to carrots. Not sure what's going on with that. Anyhow, so let's jump in. Enough about me and my diet. So, just gonna wait for a little bit longer for the amazing Justin and Jessica, the JJ there. All right, in the last 5 minutes or so, I sent you through an email, and if you could drop a G in the chat, let me know you got that email. That would be great. I did drop the email address in the CC, so maybe it was a little bit quicker this time. Never know. So on that note, I'm going to go ahead and bring up that email and just give you some information. And so when we look at this email here, there's a bunch of files. If you haven't got it yet, that's okay. I'm going to walk you through them. But also know that you'll be filling out these files later on during the week, and that's all good. So we're not filling them out now, but we're just doing the fun with forms section. So we've got the first one that I'm going to open up, what we actually did, we packaged together the forms so they're simple and easy to work through, right? So I'm going to open up session 1 forms, and we will take a look at session 1 there. So again, you don't need to open it up on your end. I'm just going to bring it up on my end here. So session 1 forms, and what we did is we put together a bunch of forms for each of your sessions. So session 1, session 2, session 3. So we've got these forms here, and the first form that we've got is a hazard form, all right? Now, you're going to fill this out. So date of inspection, you can put today's date or yesterday's date, doesn't really matter. And location of training, it's going to be Zoom. Type of training to be delivered, it could be Firecom training. Date, well, the date you're doing it. So then you're going to go through and tick yes, 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 yes. All right. Now, with the hazards, for me, hazards that come to mind are maybe, and you may want to write this down, cords on floor. What's another hazard that we may have if we're delivering online? Drop in the chat. What's another hazard we may have if we're delivering online? What comes to mind? Yeah. Ooh, I like an internet connection. What an awesome one. Very cool. Very cool. Another one could be ergonomic. And then maybe another one is spills on the desk. Okay. So then what you can do is Tiani. All right, cool. So then what you can do is you can do the high, medium, low, risk action plan, that kind of fun stuff. Person responsible, you can say yourself, or you can say another person in your work environment. Target date for completion, should be okay with that. Completed, yes or no. And you can, tick the box if you want to. Any questions on that part so far? Drop a C if it's clear. If you got a question, drop a Q, but you should be all good. All right, not too challenging. And in total, 1, 2, 3, 4. If you got 4, I am happy with 4. All right, cool. So I'm going to come down Then we got this section here, which is learner with special needs. You can, for most of this section here, just put no or NA, and that'll get you through the day. Reporting requirements, you can drop an NA or a no. And then we got this section here, which is I agree. So you put your name and then agree, and you agree to deliver the training under the circumstances. Then we come down, we got the session plan, Now, what I'm actually going to encourage you to do with the session plan is last night you made some PowerPoints, or this morning you made some PowerPoints. Drop a yes in the chat if that makes sense. You made some PowerPoints. You made some PowerPoints. You've sent them to me, and I looked at them, and I gave you some feedback, right? So what you're going to do, we're not going to make the session plans now, but I'm going to give you a tip on how you can expedite this through this week, right? And you don't have to have the session plans done now or today or anything like that. But if you have them done by Friday, that's fantastic, right? So what I'm actually going to suggest that you do with the session plans is base it off the PowerPoints. So for example, if your first slide is welcome to the session, well, slide 1, welcome to the session, right? And then next slide, maybe you've got setting the context for the session. Okay, and then that is slide number 2. And then the next slide is maybe trainer self intro, and that's maybe slide number 3. Is what I'm doing there making sense, folks? Drop a yes in the chat if that's making sense. It's a really quick and dirty way to build this session plan. But the reason I like this is we're going to make our slides first, and we're going to come back and do the session plan. It's easier than doing the session plan, then do the slides. This way is just a quicker and easier way to do it, and it's going to build it out. Hopefully that makes sense. Having said that, these session plans, they don't have to be done today, but they may be something you come back and do tonight or the next night or whatever. So then we come down and we've got the attendance record. How many people are attending your session? 1. Okay. So up the top there, we got workshop name. So that's going to be the topic of what you're talking about. Date, delivery, and time. You just put in today's date, and then time, don't worry about it. Trainer mentor, that's you. And then venue is going to be Zoom. And then participant name is the name of the person you're teaching. Grab their email address, and you can pop their initials in there. That's totally fine. And then make sure you sign it or put your name there, and then pop the date. Any questions on the attendance record for now? Drop a C, drop a Q if you got a question. Drop a C if that's clear for you, and that's all good. Excellent. Fantastic. Coming down, now we've got the self-reflection form, So this form you fill out after you deliver your session. And this is basically just some prompting questions, and it's going to get you to think about your session delivery. Now, what we don't want is war and peace. I am more than happy with just 2 or 3 sentences for each box here, and just some questions to prompt your thinking. And you're going to fill this out probably tonight, just as you are reflecting back on your session that you deliver there. And then you come down, pop your name, sign it with your initials, or you can do a squiggly line. That's fine. And then the date. So as I said, we don't want war and peace. Just 2 or 3 sentences on each question is fine. Cool. If you got a question on that, drop a Q. If you're all good, drop a C in the chat, and that'll be great. Beautiful. All right, cool. So coming back to the forms, fun with forms, is the next one that we're going to look at. And don't worry, we don't need to do this every day, but we just need to set this up in your awareness there. So next we've got a set of those forms for each of the sessions. So we got a form for session 1, session 2, and session 3 there. So you can file them as appropriate and as you're working through your housekeeping. Next one is course feedback. And I'm just going to bring this form up for you. And sorry, my Zoom's lagging a little bit. So we got feedbacks. we got this feedback sheet session here. So this is going to be filled out by the learner. Who fills this one out, folks? Drop an L for learner in the chat. So it's filled out by your learner. So you teach it, and then your learner fills out this form, and then they email it to you. All right, not too challenging, not too complicated. And for example, if the X doesn't fit in the box, just put it next to it as per this example here. All right, so just fill it out as the learner. And with the topic or the unit, just try and remember what you learn about, but you don't have to get that exact. That's okay if you get that slightly different to what the trainer taught you. All right, cool. So now we're going to come back here. And we now have another form, and the next form is filled out by the observer. Everyone drop an O for observer in the chat box if you could for me, please. All right, so as I mentioned to you, you guys are going to deliver these things in triads, right? And what triad is another word for 3. So when you are the observer, is your camera on or off, folks? Drop in the chat. When you're the observer, beautiful. Callum nailed it. Awesome, Kirby nailed it. So we got the observer form, right? So the observer is going to fill this out. Now, the observer, when they're filling out this form, a really cool thing is all 3 are in the one form, right? So that's really cool. But a big part of this is how we fill it out. And the first thing I'm going to introduce is the 5 to thrive. The 5 to thrive that I can't spell. Everyone drop a 5 in the chat box for me if you could, please. So what you're going to do is when you're the observer, naturally, you're going to fill out this top part up here, location, Zoom, candidate, trainer name that you're watching. The mentee name is the person they're teaching. Topic, work, skill, the thing they're teaching. Date, when it's happening. Assessor name is your name. Assessor signature is your name. Okay. Then we come down, and what we're going to do, we're going to tick yes and no's, yes and no's, yes and no's, yes and no's, but highly likely all will be yeses, right? Now, what you do is you go through, and if, for example, there is something that really stands out to you, for example, ensures pace of delivery, meets the needs of the learner, and spends more time on a concept, in here, you can definitely tick yes, and then in here, put a comment such as, this was done well. Or use the appropriate resource to deliver the work skill. In here, you could put the slides were great, or something like that. Do we need a comment in every single box? For this activity, no. All right. However, if there is a comment you want to put in, please put it in. For example, regularly checks in with the learner. Well, you could put yes, and then you could say something like, yes, regularly did this. Does that make sense, folks? Drop an MS in the chat if that kind of makes sense. We don't want war and peace, and we don't need a comment on everyone, but there may be something that you want to highlight as you go through it. What I care more about is the 5 to thrive, So what that means is for the observer, at the end of the presentation, I'm going to check in with everyone and say, please now give your 5 to thrive to your presenter. Now, what that means is you're going to tell the presenter 5 things that they did extremely well. So as you're sitting there observing, I want you to be making a note on the form or even on your notepad. What are 5 things a presenter did extremely well? And when you come to fill out the form, you're going to drop them in here, such as pace was great. Slide about self-intro, fantastic. Let's see, steps were clear. All right, folks, drop a 5 in the chat just so that we know we're doing 5 to thrive and we are focused on the positive, right? There's no criticism, no judgment allowed. We're focused on the 5 to thrive. Everyone drop a P for positive in the chat. And let's just remember, we're focused on the positive, right? It's a safe learning environment and we're all good. We're just having a good time, fun with forms, right? So that form is filled out. Who fills out that form, folks? Who fills out that form? Is it the, and I sort of am falling into quicksand as I say that because I know that we've got groups of 3 and we've also got groups of 2. Excellent. So that is fun with forms. And you do have 3 sessions that you're delivering. So you'll just need to come up with a bit of a housekeeping approach for that and name the forms as appropriate. Okay, cool. So that is what I wanted to say about that. So next thing that we're going to do is we're going to have a play with Zoom. We're going to play with Zoom. And here's the deal, folks. With Zoom and with slides, what I have done is I've given you ability to bring up your slides and show your screen. Now, there's a number of things that we need to remember when showing our slides. And we're going to practice doing this in a moment. The reason for this is I want you, when we come to present, you are comfortable in the room and you know how to bring up your slides. And the thing is, when you are looking to bring up your slides, I am going to go ahead and okay, cool. So I'm going to go ahead and bring up a image for you. I'm going to go ahead and bring up an image for you, and it's going to look like this. Okay, cool. So we have got this image here. Drop a yes in the chat if you can see my image here that's going on, right? Hopefully you'll send it. Yeah, awesome. So here's the deal, folks. So that is what it looks like when I click share screen. Now, if what I'm about to go through is common sense for you, great. Trophy for you. But there are some people that have never done this before, so just have some patience. So we've got this section here, right? This share screen, that's what it looks like. And if I want to show my PowerPoints, what I do is I click on the thing that is showing my PowerPoints, right? So I click on that one, and then that one will bring up that one. But in order for me to bring up something, it has to be active on my desktop, okay? And we are going to have a conversation around videos, right? But definitely for now, you need to click on share screen and you need to have your PowerPoint open on your desktop, all right? So not yet, but in a moment, we're going to kick it off. And what I would like to do, we're going to start out with we'll start out with Bridget and we'll go from there. And Bridget, what I would love you to do, I'm just going to stop sharing that for now. What I would love you to do is have your PowerPoints open in the background there. And if you could go ahead and click share screen, and I'm going to coach you through it there. And we will, everybody have a go at bringing up our slides. So if you go down to click share, and then once you click share, you should be able to choose the screen that has got your PowerPoints there. That would be great if you could select that one and then bring that up. That would be great. Fantastic. Excellent. Excellent. Good job. Now what you want to do is you want to go up to slideshow. Go up to slideshow. Click that. Yep, and then click from beginning. On the left-hand side over here, yeah. Click from beginning. Cool. All right. And as you click from beginning, have you clicked from beginning there? Feel free to unmute yourself and speak, or forever hold your peace there. I have. Awesome. Yep. Excellent. And Bridget, have you got two screens going on?
Yes.
Yeah, yes. Awesome. So what's happening is on the other screen, it's probably showing up as slideshow. Is that correct?
So this is what we're seeing from you now.
Oh, okay. I'm just. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So
oh, yeah. Can you from beginning?
Yeah.
From beginning.
Yeah, that's what I
go.
Yeah.
Because then you guys can't see it.
Yeah. So on the other screen, so if you go back to share screen.
So I mean, I only have I'm only working off one laptop.
Oh, okay. No
Yeah.
problem. So in your case, what we can
Mhm.
do is potentially you'll just not go slideshow and
Yep.
just keep it as is and just click on the next. Yeah, that's
Like
fine.
that.
That's fine. Yep, that's the way that we'll do it with
Sure.
yours. Yep, awesome. So
Sure.
good job. And now we're going to come to our next person. Daniel, we'll come over to you next. Daniel, and fantastic. And you can stop share there. Excellent. Yeah, awesome. Justin, presenter in bottom right-hand corner. Awesome. Daniel, if you go ahead and have your slides open in the background, then click share screen. That would be awesome. Excellent. Yep, and cool. So now go ahead up the top there, click slideshow. Yeah, and click from beginning. Cool. Good job. Excellent. We can see your slides now. And if you want to click forward and back, that would be great. So use the arrow keys there, forward and back. Beautiful. Rocking and rolling. Good job. Good job. Good job. And as we travel through this, that's fantastic. Good job there, Daniel. As we travel through this, I can only give you IT support to my knowledge, and everyone's going to have slightly different setups there, right? And also Macs and different things going on. So, awesome. Helen, not yet, but in a moment. Helen, I would love you to have a go at bringing up your slides. That would be fantastic. Helen, if you go ahead and click on, yeah, excellent. Rocking and rolling. Yeah, nice. And go ahead up the top there, click slideshow from beginning, rocking and rolling. Awesome. Going back and forward, and you do that by clicking the arrow key there. Yeah, beautiful. Excellent. Looking good, Helen. Fantastic. All right, cool. If you want to stop sharing, excellent. And we'll come over to Callum next. Callum, if you want to go and have a go. Cal, if you want to have a go, open your slides, then click share screen. That would be great. And I get the sense probably Justin doesn't need to do it. But anyway, Callum, go for it. There we are. Callum in the bottom there. Fantastic. At the moment, Callum, we can see all of your slides there. So if you want to click slideshow, you certainly can do that. Yeah, awesome. Looking good there, sir. Looking good. We can see you in front of those slides and you are rocking and rolling. Looking good. Excellent. Great job, Callum. Fantastic. That's cool. Excellent. We're going to come over to India next. India, go ahead. You know what to do. Click share screen and India. And hopefully everyone's okay as we have a play. And India, over to you there. Because the first time you do it is the first time you do it. India, over to you. Go for it. What you got there? Click on share screen.
Sorry, I'm just having some technical difficulties. Everything's got a triangle with a little hazard thing in it. So it doesn't really like anything that I've got open.
Hmm. Cool. So it may be a Mac situation. I think Kobe had the same situation as well. Yeah, Daniel said you might need to leave and come back. We'll try that. And we'll see how it goes. But Kobe also had the same problem. My mic has been funky for the last. Okay, cool. We do know that Apple seems to have a funky thing going on. But what we'll do is we'll come over to Kobe and see if Kobe's got the same problem. Kobe, do you want to have a try? And then if it doesn't work out, we may need to go to the PDF option.
I'll give it a go.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine has got the little exclamation mark against my, because it's through something called Keynote,
Yeah.
and it's not allowing me to access it.
All good. So, as Kobe said, what you may need to do, I think Kobe saved it as a PDF and she sent it to me as a PDF. So, that may be the way that we can get around that. For that, you guys can maybe have a chat over lunch and work through that. And that's all good. There's no major difference. If it's a PDF, we can still see the slides and interact with it. So that's all good. It's all good. Cool. So we'll come to our next person. Danny, if you could go ahead and Danny, if you want to click share screen and then bring up your slides, Danny, we'll go with Danny's next. And if I've already picked you, sorry, I haven't kept track. Danny, if you've had a go, yeah, awesome. Cool. Yep, excellent. If you want to go ahead, click slideshow, click from beginning. Yeah. And Danny, if you want to click from beginning, that would be great. Cool. Or not. Up to you. Cool. Cool. Yep. Awesome.
Sorry, same thing. One screen.
Yeah, no dramas at all. Awesome. And Kobe, if you do want to quickly try bringing up that PDF, absolutely, we'll have a go at doing that, and that'll maybe show your the other person using a Mac what's possible with the PDF.
It does the same thing,
Oh,
unfortunately.
serious?
Yeah.
Okay. That's gonna be interesting. Cool. Yeah, we'll work through that. We will find a solution. Cool. So we will find a solution. That's okay. We'll find a solution by lunch, at the end of lunch. All right. So, Tiani, if you go ahead, yeah, go ahead, find your slides and yeah, bring them up. Tiani, over to you. Awesome, looking good. Go up to slideshow and click from beginning, and that'll be great. Or if you've only got one screen, that's totally fine as
Sorry,
well.
I've only got the one screen, and yeah, that's all you're getting. Sorry.
Love it. No dramas at
Carry
all.
on.
All good, thank you. So what we may do, the insight that I just had, the solution came to me in the silence, is what we may do is we have gonna break convention a little bit. So who are my Mac users in the house? Drop a ME in the chat. Who are my Maccers? So Kobe, awesome. All right, cool. So what you're going to do is you're gonna email through your PowerPoints to your learner. Drop a yes in the chat if that makes sense, right? You'll email the slides through to your learner, and that way they'll still have visibility on the slides as you go through them, and hopefully that'll work out. But here's what it is, and that's what we play with. Excellent. So next thing we're going to talk about is videos. Everyone drop a V for videos in the chat box if you could for me, please, right? Excellent. Now, here's the deal, folks. With cool. Can't think about that, Callum. If somebody if that's the case, a presenter can email the slides to the observer as well. It's as much real estate as I've got in my head at the moment. So what we need to focus on with the video side of things is most people at our level or your level will have some interesting experiences going between the slides and the videos. And the thing with videos is that when you click the video, when you click a YouTube video, it's going to open up another screen. And that's going to throw a red herring into the mix, right? The other thing is with playing the sound is sometimes a challenge to activate, right? Now, at this level, I'm not going to teach you how to activate the sound, right? What I'm going to encourage you to do is the hack that we get around videos, okay? So, for example, if I want to show a video, I am going to come to let's go with YouTube. I'm going to come to YouTube, okay? The thing is, Just gonna do this now. I'm gonna come to YouTube. And the thing is, if I want to play a video, I'm actually gonna come out of my slides and I'm actually gonna type in, I don't know, Roger Love male warm-up, right? If I want to show this video, I need to come out of my slides, bring up YouTube, play the clip. Okay. Now, the thing is, I also need to activate the sound. Okay, but you guys activating the sound can sometimes be a challenge, right? And if you're ready for it, if you know how to do it, fine, go for it. But statistically, most people, it's an extra skill, right? What I'm going to encourage every single one of you to do, which is a fail-safe option, is instead you grab the link from any video that you've got on your slides, you grab the link and you put the link into the chat. You put the link into the chat. You put the link into the chat from the video. Drop a yes in the chat if you're following with me so far. You grab the link, you put it in the chat, and then you say to your learner, please go and watch the video. Please go and watch the video. When you've watched the video, drop a D in the chat. That'll tell me you've watched the video. Because if you're not comfortable with doing this, sometimes you're like, video screen, PowerPoints, and it becomes a little bit too much. Also, if you don't know how to turn on the sound, people have some challenges with the sound. This is not my first rodeo. I've done this a few times now, and I've found that this way is the way that gets most people out of hot water. So if you've got links on your videos, great. And then they're in the slides, great. But you may just extract the link, drop in the chat, and then you can say to your learner, all right, cool. Please go and watch the video and I'll come back when you've watched the video. Normally videos only go for about 2 minutes, 3 minutes anyway. Cool. So you drop the link and then you allow time for them to click on the link, watch the video, then come back. Okay, cool. So the first time you do with the tech stuff, it's going to be a little bit clunky. It's going to be funky, and it'll just be a moment of familiarizing yourself as you navigate through the tech stuff. And that's okay. That's our journey that we go on. So on that note, if anyone's got any questions around the tech stuff, drop a Q. If that's kind of clear and fuzzy to you, drop a C in the chat. Clear and fuzzy is where it'll be. But the only way you can learn is by playing it and, seeing what works, what doesn't work. And just if you want to have a go, feel free to click share screen and we can certainly do that. But I kind of get the sense, Justin, you're okay. But Justin, do you want to have a go or you're good? Yep, all good. I thought so. Cool. So on that note, we're going to head off to lunch. All right. We're going to head off to lunch. And when we come back, we are going to rev up the energy, have some fun. And then we're going to jump into our first delivery for the day there. And it's going to be a super supportive environment. We're going to have so much fun learning from each other. We're going to practice our phrases, of course. Does that make sense? Grab a pen, write this down. Would you agree that? Would it be a problem if? The biggest thing I want you to take away from this slide is, and all of that fun stuff, right? For the presenters, for the Mac users, I would email your slides to your learner just before your session, not now, it's too soon. Or you can email and say, but don't look at it. Yep, that kind of thing, right? On that note, we're going to take lunch and we're going to come back at, yep, awesome. We're going to come back at 12:35. Everyone just put 12:35 in the, blah, blah, can't speak English. Drop a 12:35 in the chat. We're going to come back at 12:35 and then we're going to jump into presenting from 12:40. All right. On that note, folks, I'll see you back here at 12:35. And stand up, move around, grab your food, enjoy the food, and I'll see you back here at 12:35. Thanks, team. Welcome back, team. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. I like it. I like it. Yes, you may need to do that. You may need to do that. Yeah, absolutely she can. Absolutely she can. Absolutely she can. Cool. Cool. So, I like it. I like it. I like it. So just to rewind, as people slowly come back, and I will get everyone to drop a P in the chat if you could for me, please. Drop a P in the chat if you could for me, please. That would be fantastic. That'd be fantastic. So let me just go ahead and bring up our notes for just a moment. Cool. All right, so just going to go ahead and bring up our notes here for just a moment. So earlier back in workshop 1, we talked about the idea of that essentially with nervousness that when I'm just going to go ahead and bring up my slides here, my document here, and let me just make sure that you guys can see that. Everyone, can you drop a yes in the chat if you can see the blank document or whatever it may be there? Right? Excellent. So just rewinding back into workshop 1 there with nervousness, right? Essentially, we only really get nervous when number one, our biology is firing off, right? So you guys are going into a brand new environment. You are talking to someone that probably already knows you, and highly likely the expectation of judgment is a little bit high because you work with that person. And guaranteed, even for me, when I present to my colleagues, I actually find that more intimidating than when I present to strangers. Drop an R in the chat if you can relate to that. I don't know, but I find presenting people already know, yeah, a lot more intimidating. So it's totally fine. Whatever you're feeling is totally fine, right? So number one, it's going to be part of your biology. Like your cortisol levels are a little bit higher. Your adrenaline's going to be running. It's totally normal, right? And so biology is where it's at. It is totally where it's at. And what we want to focus on is definitely the expansion side of things, right? And knowing that after each of the presentations, you're going to have a sense of expansion about who you are and what you're capable of, right? The other thing is that although we're kind of making it fun, it is a little bit of an assessment. So I am ticking some boxes on you in the background here. So there is that element of that. But what we also want to think about is the service side of things, the service. Everyone drop an S for service in the chat box for me if you could, please. All right. So the service side of things is, I know that your learners know the information, right? We'll just acknowledge that. But do keep in mind that ultimately you want to come back to that critical question, such as what's the biggest challenge or consequence that my learner will face if they don't hear and act on the information? And when we tap into that and we tap into the idea that potentially calls could go wrong, potentially the wrong appliance could be sent to the wrong location, we start to remember that it's not about us, it's actually about going out there and solving issues and challenges. Does that make sense, folks? Just drop a yes in the chat. And yeah, awesome. Because when you focus on that, like if I'm bleedingly honest with you guys, I really don't mind what you think about me. I really don't mind. What I care so much about is that you guys have got the skills, knowledge, structure, confidence, and the tools to go out there and make a massive difference, which you guys are developing, because this week you guys are showing up so powerfully. And So what I really want to encourage all of you to think about is, focus on the issues, focus on the problems, and know that how you do today and how you do tomorrow, the next day, is just, we're sort of experimenting, and we're in a bit of a sandpit, so to speak. We're just playing with some different ideas and experimenting with some different concepts there as well. Hopefully that makes sense, right? Now, the next thing I teach you is something that my mentor, Benjamin Harvey, taught me, and that is the power of intention. Everyone, drop the word intention into the chat box for me if you could, please. Drop the word intention into the chat. So I don't know if you know, but every single workshop I ever run, I always set my intention. So an intention, I may say it verbally, or I may just write it down. I'll just see if I've got one from recently. Yep, cool. So I got one that I set on yesterday morning, and I don't know if you can see it on the screen there, but the intention was, you probably can't see, but it says breathe. Everyone, drop a B for breathe in the chat box for me if you could, please. Breathe. All right, so excuse me. So every time before I present, I set my intention. Breathe. It's a good thing to do, right? It's not optional. And essentially, I set my intention such as uplift and empower other people, raise the standards of engagement, or build deeper rapport with every learner, or laugh at myself even more often, or focus on the fun, or whatever it may be that I want to bring into my session. Now, it could be something like checking with my learners even more regularly. But the key thing is, when we set our intention, it must be simple, and it must focus on the positive. Everyone, drop a P for positive in the chat box for me if you could, please. Beautiful, right? So I don't set my intention to, for example, not be nervous. All right, not be nervous. Drop in the chat, why would you want to say, my intention is not to be nervous? Why would you want to not say that? Because that's weird, right? Because you can't help it. Yes, Kobe, that's true. But also, if I say, don't think about a blue tree, please don't think about a blue tree. Don't think about a blue tree. Highly likely right now, yeah, oh, I like it, Helen. Good way to put it. Creates fixation, right? So we always want to state it self-fulfilling. Beautiful, Daniel. Love it. So we want to state it in the way that we step into it. All right. So in my case, I'm going to say breathe because I do need to remember to breathe. But I'm going to state it. All right. I'm going to own the stage, and I'm going to feel confident in who I am. Yeah, I like that, Tiani. I am going to connect deeply with my learner, or I'm going to focus on fun, or I'm going to make the content as simple and relatable as possible. Drop a yes in the chat if you're hearing my intentions there as I'm setting them, right? So every single day I present, I set my intention. Now, some of them I'm willing to share, some of them I would not share, but every single time I present, I'm setting my intention. Because if you ever get off track and you ever get fearful, concerned, or anxious in life, what do? You just come back to your intention, right? And I used to have this on my office door at the paramedic college I used to work at, where the back of my door, I used to have a big poster that used to say, when you're in fear, come back to your intention. When you're in fear, come back to your intention. Drop a P for powerful if you think that's a powerful thing to remember and think about. When you are in fear, come back to your intention. Like, that is an absolute true story. I used to have it written up in a big flip chart. And yeah, so always thinking about, well, what's my intention? What am I actually trying to achieve here? It's a great thing for relationships and presenting and in life. Beautiful. When you're in fear, come back to your intention. And that way you're always going to come back. And when you're focused on the here and now and your intention, you can't worry, you just don't worry about other stuff going on. What's my intention? My intention is to be present for my learner. My intention is to share authentically. My intention is to give some amazing skills to my learners. Now, not yet, but in a moment, and we normally do this tomorrow, but we're going to do it right now. What I would love you to do is I'd love you to drop in the chat as you ponder that, potentially what could be your intention for your session today, knowing that I would love you to phrase it in the positive. If you don't, I'll correct you on it. But I'd love you to drop in the chat if you had an intention. You could have any intention at all on the planet. You know, is it to deliver confidently? Is it to connect with your learner? Is it to make it simple and relatable? Is it to focus on retention? What is it for you, folks? Drop in the chat. Keep it light and fun. Daniel, awesome. Love it. Beautiful. Be confident, stick to the plan. Beautiful, Callum. Give a good vibe. India, nailed it. Intention. Oh, beautiful. You guys, your intentions are solid. Simple and focused on retention. Beautiful. Love it. Nice. Nice work. All right, I'm loving what I'm seeing here, folks. If you're liking these intentions, drop an L in the chat. Let me know that you're liking and loving it. Beautiful, awesome. Alrighty, folks. So on that note, not yet, but in a moment, we're going to head into a breakout room. So a couple of logistical things to mention there. So Daniel, Helen, and Justin, you guys are going to be a great group together. Phenomenal, right? Callum, India, Kobe, you guys are going to be a great group together, as we've talked about there as well. Bridget, Danny, you guys will be together. Jessica and Tiani, you guys will be together, I believe. If I got it wrong, you guys will correct me. So when you are the observer, your cameras are off, as we know about. Now, when you are the presenter, you're going to present, right? You're going to bring up your slides. If you have a tech issue, just take a deep breath and go, yeah, it'll be okay. We work with whatever we've got there. Now, in regards to me assessing you, what's going to happen is I'm going to regularly jump in the rooms and out of the rooms, in the rooms and out of the rooms. And potentially what I am going to do is I am going to move Jessica and Tiani to our room. And how you guys work that, I got no idea. But I'm going to move you to a breakout room. Now, hypothetically, you guys will just need to manage the noise and how that's going to work. But I do need to hear the presenter. If I can't hear the learner, that's okay. That's okay. So Bridget and Danny, if you guys could maybe sit together, that would be great. As long as I can see the presenter and hear the presenter, that's the most important thing. You guys can work that out. Cool. And next thing, observers have the camera off. Naturally, if you're in a partnership, you're gonna, as a learner, you'll have your camera on. Cool. So when you go into your rooms, you guys can decide whoever's going first is whoever's going first. And the way that I know who's talking is you'll have your screens showing, and that's cool. I think that's all I need to know and all I need to say and all you need to know. But basically what we're going to do, we're going to start probably at 12:55. Everyone drop a 12:55 in the chat box for me if you could, please. That'll give you enough time to get in there, get sorted and all of that. And then what we do is we, should the observer be filling out that blank observation form? Yeah, they should, Daniel. However, what I will say with that form, and thanks for the reminder, is essentially with that form, what I sometimes feel is that if hypothetically, for example, this is the reason I didn't say it, Daniel, is that if you are in a partnership, it's very hard to fill out that form while you're being taught. Daniel, does that make sense? So if you're the observer, absolutely, your camera's off so you can fill it out at the time, right? But if you're a partner, it's hard to fill it out and be taught at the same time, right? Yes, correct, Tiani. So I'm going to create a breakout room for 2 people and a breakout room for 2 people, and you guys can sort of work that out. Cool. So next thing. So the observers forms, if you're a partnership, fill out the observer form after the session and the feedback form after the session. If you're in a group of 3, the observer can fill out the form as they're watching the thing unfold. And then after each session, the feedback, the learner fills out the feedback form. So that's all good. So thank you so much. Really appreciate your comment there, Daniel. Really appreciate that. It was something I was just about to miss, but glad we caught that there. Excellent. So on that note, let's head into our rooms and you guys could decide who's going first, get sorted. If you have any tech challenges, that's okay. Move and groove with it. And if you need each other's email addresses, feel free to share in the rooms and share in the chat box. You can do it that way as well. Before you head in, if you got any questions at all, drop a Q. If you got if you're feeling comfortable, hardly. If you're feeling willing to go in the room, drop a C in the chat. Let me know that's clear for you. Beautiful. Awesome. And focus on on your intention. You're going to have a great time. Your learners will be very supportive and they love you. You love them. We're going to have a great time and we're going to rock and roll from 12:55. And then we go 30 minutes and you should be able to watch the clock and I will bring you back at the 30-minute mark and then we'll do feedback and we'll do 5 to Thrive and that's how it'll play out. And there's no negativity, no judgment, no criticism allowed in any way, shape or form. If there is, I will come in and say, stop it. All right. On that note, before we head into our rooms, we are going to say you will be great. Everyone drop a you will be great in the chat box for me if you could. Please, you will be great. Awesome. Whoever's going first, you will be great. On that note, we're going to start at 12:55 and go for it, team. Thanks so much.
Oh, jeez.
What's that for?
Hey, Justin.
Oh, hey.
Hey. All good. Cool. Looks like you guys are good to go, so I'll just leave you.